Dim the lights, fix your pillow, breathe out slow. Tonight, you're not waking to a phone buzz or a glowing screen. It's 1789, and you open your eyes to smoke in the rafters and bells in the street. Somewhere in the Spanish America's Mexico City, maybe Lima, the morning chant begins. Vendors call bread and tamales, donkeys clatter. A priest crosses a stone plaza, and the first sun hits the cathedral's white facade like a blade. If you're lucky, you're Criollo, born in the Americas with Spanish blood and a last name. That opens doors, but not all the doors. The top posts still go to peninsulars, men born in Spain who step off the boat and step into power. If you're not lucky, you're mestizo, mulatto, indigenous, or African doing the work that keeps silver moving and sugar boiling and ships heavy with wealth bound for Europe. The system is neat on paper and cruel in life. Clear ranks, clear rules, and centuries of that's just how it is. Walk with me a street or two. The grid is perfect, plaza, palace, cathedral, because the empire builds by pattern. But inside the grid, life is messy. Water sloshes from balcony buckets into the gutter. A clerk in stiff linen hurries past a woman selling chiles. A boy with a shaved head elbows through with a tray of cups. A mule box under sacks of ore that came down from the mountains where the air is too thin and the shafts too dark. The empire takes raw things, metal, sugar, hides and sends back finished things, cloth, books, glass plus laws to keep the cycle intact. It works until it doesn't. Now jump across water. Philadelphia smells like bread and horses. New York is still a teenager. The United States is a thin, coastal republic with a brand new constitution and a long list of problems. The ink on Washington's oath is barely dry. The treasury is empty enough to echo, and 13 nervous states are deciding if they actually want to act like one country. Most people live by dawn and dusk. You grow, spin, mend, trade, and pray. The roof holds through winter. Paper money is suspect. Credit is a handshake. Death is common enough to sit at the table. In a small print shop, a skeptical editor sets type. Will this constitution hold? One argument says, let states rule. Another says, the center must be strong enough to survive. In walks Alexander Hamilton, brilliant, blunt, impatient, pushing a plan, assume state debts, build credit, make a national bank, anchor the ship. He's right about the math and wrong about how gentle politics should feel. The republic survives by compromise and by luck. That becomes a pattern. Some things are the same in every house from Boston to Bogota. The day starts in smoke and sweat, hearth fire, soap lye, animal fat, wool that scratches your wrists raw. Candles are precious. Darkness is a fact. A household might have glass windows. Most settle for oiled paper. Teeth are bad everywhere. Pain is normal. Silence is long. A woman in Massachusetts needs bread and listens to her daughter whisper about a mill job in town 12 hours. 6 days, money in her own pocket. A woman in Mexico City bargains for cornmeal that doubled in price since last month and doesn't. Ask why. The why is the ocean. Let's name the powder keg. It isn't one thing. It's a list. Unfair taxes. Mercantilist rules that block local trade. Offices saved for men who've never seen the Andes or the Baggio. A caste ladder that tells you from birth how high you can climb. That kind of ladder eventually snaps. 2 revolutions abroad put weight on the rungs. The American Revolution says colonists can break away. The French Revolution says even kings can lose their heads. Ideas ride ships faster than soldiers do. Then the thunderhead no one planned for rises in the Caribbean. On the French colony of Saint-Domingue, Haiti enslaved people burn cane, break chains, and refuse to go back. It takes years, rivers of blood, and leaders who learn war in real time. But by 1804, the impossible is real. A black republic declares its independence. Plantation owners across the Americas lie awake at night, staring at the dark ceiling, imagining torches in their fields. In drawing rooms across Spanish America, Criollo elites whisper with the doors closed. Loyal to the king, they swear. But what if the king is powerless? What if the men who rule your town don't know your land, your people, your storms? What if the mess in Paris or Port-au-Prince sails west and lands in your plaza? They pour wine and say the right words and wait for an opening. It's coming. Meanwhile, the young United States makes a huge, quiet move. In 1803, Thomas Jefferson buys Louisiana from France for a price that looks large on paper but tiny on a map. Overnight, the nation doubles from a coastal ribbon to a wide, unknown interior that runs to the Rocky Mountains and down the Mississippi to the Gulf. A clerk copies the treaty. A farmer stares toward a line of trees that now leads, in theory, to the Pacific. He will never see it. His grandson might. The point of part 1 is this. By 1803, the stage is lit. Empires still look tall, but their feet are in swamp water. The United States is young and anxious, but hungry. The Caribbean has shown that chains can break. In Mexico City, a priest studies by lamp and thinks about justice. In Caracas, a restless aristocrat memorizes maps. In Buenos Aires, lawyers practice the future in the language of loyalty. The bells still ring on time. The grid still holds. But if you press your palm to a plaza stone, you can feel the tremor. Close your eyes, breathe. The spark is small, the dark is deep. The next part, fire. Part doors, bells. Juntas and a door kicked open. 1804. 1811 dawn. In 1808, comes like an insult in Madrid. Napoleon's soldiers tramp through streets that once bowed to Spanish kings. The royal family is shoved, traded, humiliated. Across the ocean, governors blink at the same dispatch and ask a question that rewrites the Americas. Whom do we obey now? Joseph Bonaparte, the fallen Ferdinand VII. A memory, a principle. If the crown is captive, is loyalty a knot that slips? Criollo town councils answer with a lawyer's smile. We are loyal to the rightful king, they say, hand on heart, until he returns, we will govern for him. The wink is so big it casts shade. Overnight, cities raise juntas, self-governing councils, spun from Chrysosand, start acting like nations with stage fright. They mint coins, draft rules, mobilize militias. They avoid the word independence, the way sailors avoid saying storm. But everyone sees the clouds. In Caracas, a young aristocrat, Simon Bolivar, shuts a door with more force than manners allow. He's seen Europe, watched Napoleon crown. Himself in a church meant for God, felt the crisp thrill of modern words rights nation, citizen on his tongue. His friends are ready to argue, he is ready to act. In Buenos Aires, a circle of lawyers and merchants shape sentences like scaffolds. Temporary, provisional, interim. The words hold the future at arm's length while they build it. Not all revolutions wear velvet gloves. In New Spain, a priest named Miguel Hidalgo hides pamphlets under church registers. and asks questions with sharp edges. Is liberty for gentlemen only? What about the people bent double in the fields? What about the market storekeepers and stonecutters and women who boil maize for someone else's table? He dreams in two directions at once. Break Spain's grip and break the old hierarchy's spine. That dream makes allies and enemies fast. Let's step to the United States for a breath. The Louisiana Purchase is still an empty map on most desks, but on riverbanks it's a promise you can smell. Wet earth, black loam, timber enough to build 3 futures. The capital shifts from fear to pride. The press prints the word empire with less apology, yet the country is a balancing act. East and west, credit and cash, federal and state. One wrong step becomes a fall, and the wind is full of Europe's war. Out on the frontiers, western Pennsylvania, Kentucky life is a tight circle. Cabin, clearing, creek, sky. You get up in the dark, feed animals, swing an axe until your palms split, plant, pray for rain, fear fever. Your nearest neighbor is a mile of trees away. Your nearest doctor is a rumor. Native nations watch the log walls crawl west and argue among themselves. Trade, fight, move, or try all 3. Treaties are signed, broken, rewritten, broken again, each paper thinner than the last. Now back to the flame. Haiti's independence has already torched the old certainty that slavery is forever. Plantation owners across the hemisphere tighten fists. Enslaved people, in cabins from Virginia to Bahia, pass quiet news in hymns and whispers. There is a place where chains fell. That thought is dynamite wrapped in prayer. Napoleon's invasion of Iberia snaps the Spanish chain at its weakest link distance. Colonial officials use 2 orders stamped with wax and certainty, hold meetings that feel like confessions. In New Granada and Rio de la Plata elites discover they enjoy the feel of power in their hands. In Mexico, conspiracy brews in kitchens and sacristies. The idea that the people of America can act as a people is the revolution before the revolution. September 16, 1810. The bell in Dolores rings wrong, not mass movement. Hidalgo steps out beneath that bell with a face like weather. He doesn't read theory, he shouts, need. Land for those who till it. An end to a chain that makes human beings into tools. No more we will wait. The crowd answers with a sound older than politics. Viva! They come with machetes and slings, with pitchforks and faith. The elites who wanted calm reform stare at the flood and whisper, this is not what we meant. History answers, it rarely is. The early rebel army is a miracle and a mess. 80,000 strong, half barefoot, all muscle and anger. They take Guanajuato, and rage turns into reprisal. Centuries of insult pour out in a week. The horror is real. So is the memory, it replies. 2. A silk-coated merchant who cheered rights in the salon now hisses rabble in his coach and rolls toward the capital, deciding which side of independence he can live with. Spain's loyalists hit back. Hidalgo dies for it, and his head hangs in iron as a warning that fails by the hour. José María Morelos, disciplined and clear, picks up the banner and writes what others only dared to say. End slavery. End caste. Make citizens of men who never owned a shirt with buttons. The Creole conservatives blanch, the poor say amen. The split inside the revolution elite, freedom or social justice, becomes a scar that will show up in new constitutions for a century. Down south, a different genius gets dressed in silence. José de San Martín, soldier of Spain turned soldier of Argentina, studies the Andes the way a captain studies a storm, with hunger and fear in equal doses. He will cross them, he will take Chile, he will go for the Heartland, cut the Spanish hold where it began. At a map table in Mendoza, he touches the line that looks like a wall and says it is a road. Meanwhile, the US treads the line between Europe's wars like a tightrope. British impressment, French seizures, merchants who don't know which flag. We'll be safe next week. Jefferson's calm turns to embargo's pain. Madison inherits a problem you can't paper over. Sailors are stolen, papers are ignored, and American anger grows teeth. War is not inevitable until it is. Pause with a mill girl in Lowell who reads a poem by window light after 14 hours at the looms. Pause with a plantation hand in Georgia who rubs raw palms and stares north toward a rumor called freedom, and then down at the iron around his wrist. Pause with an Amara farmer who watches a mule train carry silver past his village and knows none of that brightness will ever fill his child's bowl. All three are a part of the same century, about two. Split. Bells started this part. Guns will end it. The juntas are becoming armies. The quiet councils are becoming capitals. Temporary governments are learning they like being permanent. The United States, newly doubled, is about to test its spine against the greatest navy on earth. And a young Venezuelan who loves big ideas more than small comforts is about to ride. If you're still awake, switch shoulders. The next miles are mountains. Part 3, Mountains, Thunder. And a new map, 1811 to 1825, breathe in cold air. You're at 13,000 feet on a narrow pass where the sky looks close enough to bruise. San Martin's army of the Andes snakes across ice and rock 5,000 men. Thousands of animals, cannon that feel heavier with every step, hopes that feel lighter every time a comrade sits down and doesn't get up again. The plan is madness written in neat ink, but it's working. On the far side waits Chile and the chance to strike Peru, the keystone of Spain's power. In February 1817, at Chacabuco, the chill morning blows, powder smoke sideways. The Patriots win the field, and with it, Santiago. Chile breathes free air, and calls it fragile. San Martin refuses to be satisfied. Peru or nothing. He builds a navy, turns South Cone cattle into ships and shot, and sails for Lima like a man who knows history rewards finishers, not starters. While San Martin climbs, and sails Bolivar falls and rises. Early defeats send him to exile, 2 letters, 2 stubbornness. In 1816 he sails back with Haitian support, the world's second republic recognizing the birth of another and starts threading victories together. Boyacá in 1819 opens the back door to Bogotá. Carabobo in 1821 frees Venezuela. In Quito, patriots crown the heights at Pichincha in 1822. Maps change color, titles change hands. The Spanish Empire in the north becomes a shrinking shape on an angry map. Somewhere between victories, 2 men meet in Guayaquil. We don't have their transcript, only their silence. San Martin leaves the stage, bowing out without applause, and Bolivar stays to finish the play. Peru, broken free, Upper Peru reborn as Bolivia. Named without modesty after the man who would rather have named it Union. He dreamed of a single Spanish-American nation. He gets a dozen new countries, each with its own fault lines, region versus center, army versus Congress, wealth versus number. Mexico's road is harder, longer, stranger. After insurgent priests die and Creole generals betray and switch, the independence that arrives in 1821 comes wearing an emperor's sash. Augustin de Iturbide takes a crown a new nation can't afford. The crown falls as fast as it rose. Mexico becomes a republic on paper and a battleground in practice, torn between federalists who trust states and centralists who trust strong hands. The vision of Hidalgo and Morelos land, equality, a broader we will haunt debates for generations. Brazil walks a different path entirely. When Napoleon made Europe crack, the Portuguese court fled to Rio and turned a colony into a capital. When they sailed home, the king's son stayed. In 1822, Dom Pedro says Fico, I am staying, and Brazil becomes independent without the bleeding that drenched its neighbors. It keeps a monarch and keeps slavery, and that mix buys Brazil's stability and binds it to a future bill it will pay late and painfully. Across the equator, the United States learns what it means to fight the world's superpower and survive. The War of 1812 is grim and awkward. Failed thrusts into Canada, the capital in flames, a White House blacksmote. But on lakes and seas, and in a swampy field outside New Orleans, American forces find speed, grit, and luck. The treaty that ends. The war changes little on paper, but something in the nation's chest changes a lot. The feeling that we can take a punch and get back up. Nationalism, that word that becomes a storm in every century, finds its American stride. Now zoom down into rooms where constitutions are drafted while boots are still muddy. New nations in Spanish America write rights into parchment with beautiful penmanship and too few institutions to carry them. Elections are promised and postponed. Cafelio's strong man with charisma, horses, and friends who don't mind breaking doors off our order and deliver it at a price. The people cheer, then whisper, then fear, then rebel, then start over. It takes decades to learn how to live together without a king. In the North, President Monroe tells Europe to mind its own hemisphere in 1823. Hands off these young republics. The words are tall for a country that can't enforce them alone, but Britain's navy dislikes rivals and likes trade, so the doctrine stands like a scarecrow with a real bird's shadow. For Latin America, it's a mixed blessing. Fewer European soldiers, more American bankers. Fewer old world flags, more new world interference, dressed as friendship, daily life. 1820s edition, still looks like labor more than law. In Kentucky, a family hews a farm out of trees, plants corn between stumps, and counts teeth at night the way we count likes. In Caracas, prices jump because bandits own the roads this week, and a colonel's cousin owns the tax post. In Oaxaca, a Zapotec woman carries maize in a rebozo and watches men in frock coats argue about republic and rights in a language that never asked her name. In Salvador, Bahia, sugar still owns backs and beats time with a whip. Change is real, but it does not arrive evenly. Let's sit again beside Bolivar at the end. He writes like a man who has seen victories, backstage frayed curtains, tired actors, unpaid crew. He who serves a revolution plows the sea, he says, and if you've ever tried to hold foam in your hand, you know what he means. He wanted unity and got borders. He wanted citizenship and got patrons. He wanted republics and got presidents who looked like kings. Even so, the world is different. Whole continents have stepped out of a European script and onto a stage of their own. The United States steps into adolescence, bigger, prouder. busy building canals and towns with names you hear in rail stations a generation later. Slavery. That original sign baked into wealth grows in the cotton South, and the line between free and slave begins to look less like ink and more like a fuse. But that is another fire. Here is where part 3 leaves you, breath steaming in a high pass, cannon wheels creaking over stone, a priest's bell still echoing faintly in the mind, a white house with fresh paint over charcoal, a dozen new flags snapping in winds that smell like crops and cordite. The old map is gone. The new one is beautiful and unstable, like a vase on a moving table. Turn your pillow, sip water. When you're ready, we'll walk into the age of strongmen and common men, of removals and roads, of gold dust and paper money. The revolutions are done. The arguments about what comes next have only begun. Settle in. Slow inhale, slow exhale. The room is quiet, but the world we're visiting is not. Between 1804 and 1811, the Americas live on a fault line. The ground hasn't torn open yet, but everything is humming the way air hums before lightning dots start. In the Caribbean, where the impossible has already happened. In 1804, Haiti declares itself free second independent nation in the New World and the first modern black republic. Planters across the hemisphere call it chaos. Enslaved people call it a sign. News of Haiti travels farther than fleets and faster than fear. On sugar estates from Cuba to Bahia, a candle burns late and a whisper slips from mouth to mouth. They did it now. Lift your eyes to the north. The United States has just swallowed a continent-sized secret, the Louisiana Purchase. In 1803, for a bargain that seems ludicrous in hindsight, Jefferson buys a wilderness from France so vast that maps look embarrassed trying to hold it. For people who live along the old colonial Atlantic strip, the horizon suddenly stretches like a new thought. On paper, the republic doubles. On the ground, it's still a tangle of rivers, grass, and promises, but the shape of the future has changed. Across the Atlantic, Napoleon sharpens knives. Europe is a ballroom where the musicians keep switching songs mid-dance. Britain blockades and impresses sailors. France seizes ships. And neutral American merchants learn what it feels like to be a small boat between two dreadnoughts. The United States argues with itself it's a hobby that will last over how strong the federal government should be, how to pay for things, where to draw lines on slavery, and how to avoid being crushed by old empires playing old games. Embargoes try to keep ships home. Hunger for markets tries to shove them back out. The country keeps its balance like a man walking a fence rail in the wind. But the center of this chapter is the Spanish-speaking Americos cities planned on European grids and stuffed with American reality. For 3 centuries, the imperial machine has run smoothly enough. Mines and plantations send raw value east. Spanish ports send finished goods and officials west. Local elites, the criollos, get wealth and status, just not the very top jobs. That ceiling is reserved for the peninsulares, men born in Spain who arrive with letters of appointment and the confidence of ownership. Below them stands the entire stacked world. Mestizos who navigate 2 cultures, free black artisans and sailors. Indigenous communities taxed, squeezed, and pushed. And millions of enslaved Africans whose labor oils the gears. What breaks the spell isn't a pamphlet. It's a crown collapsing. In 1808, Napoleon invades Iberia, grabs the Spanish king like a prop, and plunks his own brother, Joseph, on the throne. You can almost hear the transatlantic intake of breath. In Mexico City, Bogotá, Caracas, Quito, Buenos Aires men who always talked about loyalty to the king realized there might not be a king to be loyal to. If authority comes from the monarch and the monarch is a puppet who's in charge, lawyers do what lawyers do, find a loophole and pry it wide. Sovereignty returns to the people, they say with very careful faces. We will govern in the name of Ferdinand VII until he returns. The words are legal perfume. The move is revolutionary. City councils' cabildos morph into juntas, temporary governing boards that look suspiciously permanent. They mint coins, form militias, issue decrees, and insist they are not declaring independence. They are. They just don't want to say it out loud yet. Walk the morning plaza of Caracas in 1810. The white cathedral looks clean as a bone against the sun. The air tastes like dust, oranges, and politics. Inside a quiet room, a restless aristocrat named Simon Bolivar fixes his cuff and tries to sit still. He can't. He's seen Europe up close, its theaters and broken promises, and he is done with polite waiting. Down the street, merchants and notaries draft sentences that pretend to be temporary, provisional, until the crisis, pending restoration. Paper is shy. History isn't cross to Buenos Aires, Rio de la Plata's stubborn port. The British tried to take it a few years ago, and the city learned it could fight without Madrid's help. That memory never left. In May 1810, Buenos Aires says the quiet part a little louder. A junta made of locals will govern because nobody in Spain is in a position to make sense. The May sun shines on men in dark coats and women who see more than men think they do. Flower seller passes the cabildo as if nothing is changing. Everything is dot. Up in New Spain, the fuse is longer and the powder is deeper. September 16th, 1810, just before dawn. In the small town of Dolores, a parish priest with a big frame and bigger ideas rings a bell hard enough to bruise the air. Miguel Hidalgo is not a general, not yet. He is a teacher, a contraband reader, a man who wants the world to be wider. He doesn't read a legal treatise from the church steps. He shouts about justice, land, dignity, an end to the whip and the tax that eats your harvest. It isn't polite. It is powerful. The crowd answers with machetes and slings and the long-banked anger of people who have done centuries of work for centuries of someone else's gain. The march that follows is part army, part flood. 80,000 bodies, many barefoot, many hungry, all propelled by stories and need. They take Guanajuato, rage spills into vengeance. Upper-class supporters of reform watch from carriages with tight mouths and realize revolution is not a dinner party. The crown's troops rally. The movement shatters. Hidalgo is captured and executed, his head caged as a warning. It doesn't work. Ideas don't fit in cages. José María Morelos, a soldier priest, with steadier hands, steps forward. He aims for both independence and a new social contract. Abolish slavery, end caste, move power downward. Wealthy criollos who wanted the Spaniards gone but everything else the same suddenly fidget. The revolution has two hearts now and they beat at different speeds. Meanwhile, tilt the globe south again. José de San Martin plans in whispers and maps. He's fought Napoleon in Spain. He knows the empire's strengths and its blind spots. The viceroyalty system is a spine, and Lima is the neck. To break Spanish America's hold, he must cut the line between Peru and the south. That means the Andesa wall that looks like God put it there to keep people honest. San Martin looks at the wall and says, "We're going over." pause with the United States for a moment. The embargo years have stung. Merchants curse, sailors stew. Farmers wonder why politics 1,000 miles away can make their corn worth less. Out on the edge, western Pennsylvania, Kentucky, the Ohio country life is exactly as hard as it looks. A family wakes in a one-room cabin where your bed is also your bench, is also your hospital. You cut trees until your hands split and hope the fever doesn't come this year. Your neighbors are close enough to hear if you shout, and far enough that shouting won't help. Indigenous nations, Shawnee Creek, Cherokee, Choctaw, Chickasaw at lines on maps that creep west and debate how to live with a neighbor who calls their homes frontier. Some choose trade, some choose war. All face treaties that break like ice under a wagon. Back in the Spanish world, the junta pattern spreads like dandelions. Quito, Bogota, Santiago, Caracas, Buenos Aires, each city invents self-government with different accents. The shared project ends the minute the shared enemy recedes. Federal versus central. Capital here or there, whose militia gets paid first. The questions are technical on paper, personal in practice. The empire's exit reveals old rivalries that were always there, quiet as mice. Don't forget Brazil. In 1808, running from Napoleon, the entire Portuguese royal court moves across the Ocean Palace's paperwork, powdered wigs and parks in Rio. Overnight, a colony becomes the capital of an empire. Ports open, printing presses multiply, taste changes from Lisbon's menu to Rio's. When the court eventually sails home, the king's son, Pedro, stays. The seeds of a cleaner independence, less blood than the Spanish side, more continuity are planted. They will sprout in 1822, but you can already see the leaves. If you want one image to hold this era, it's a room with two doors. One is marked loyalty, the other liberty, and every city keeps trying to walk through both at once. We govern for the king, we govern for ourselves. In polite salons, reform looks tidy. On the road between cities, it looks like armed men inspecting carts. Coins minted with new faces, and messages wrapped in cloth so the wrong eyes won't see them. The social ground under all this is rough. In the mining camps of Upper Peru, a Quechua father teaches his child to read the sky for weather and the Spanish overseer for danger. In a Veracruz market, a free black woman who runs a stall counts coins twice. The price of flour just leaped because some battalion took provisions. Yesterday, in a hacienda kitchen outside Puebla, a young mestiza maid listens to her patron talk big about rights and small about wages. She remembers the lamp in church and the priest who said things no one says out loud. She keeps her thoughts folded like a letter under a blouse. Revolutions are made of speeches and lists, yes, but they're also made of quiet acts that don't look like history in the moment. A rifle cleaned in the corner, a mule bought with a cousin's loan, a map memorized because you can't trust anyone with paper anymore. Across 1808 to 1811, Spanish America performs a high-wire act above a pit of uncertainties. The safety net Madrid's ripped. The new rope has not been strung. Let S return to Bolivar for a heartbeat. In 1810, he speaks like a man trying out a voice that will one day fill valleys. He vows to free a continent and unify it, and at this moment he still believes those two verbs can live in the same sentence. He is not yet the exhausted liberator writing letters that taste like smoke. Right now, he is a spark looking for dry tinder. He finds plenty. Let's return to Hidalgo one last time. The bell he rang still shakes the century. You can hang a head in a cage and bolt it to a wall, but you cannot unring a bell. His failure is the door for Moreles's failure is the lesson for later leaders who trade purity for durability, promises for paper. The arc through Mexico will be long and crooked, but it's moving. And San Martin, he's gathering men and mules in Mendoza, teaching them to breathe thin air and carry heavy guns, teaching them to walk toward a ridge because the ridge is in the way and therefore must be crossed. When you're cold at night, picture them in wool and leather under a moon that makes the snow glow like salt. Think of their breath, white in the dark, and the soft clink of a bit on a nervous horse. The empire's walls are literal now. The men under that moon are going to climb them. Here is where we stop for tonight. You've seen the Fusilitates's example, Napoleon's shove, the juntas that start as legal fictions and end as governments, the bell in Dolores that turns a square into a storm. You've watched the United States feel the tug of war of global empires while staring west into its own future. You've met a handful of names: Hidalgo, Morelos, Bolivar, San Martin, Pedro men, about to step from rumor into legend. Close your eyes, the plaza is empty again. The paint on the palace is still flaking. The air still smells like oranges and dust. Somewhere a bell rope waits for a hand. Somewhere a mule stands by a frozen pass and stamps a hoof. The door between loyalty and liberty is about to be kicked off its hinges. When you're ready, we'll walk into Part 3 mountains, crossed, capitals seized, and a map torn up and drawn. Again, settle the blanket over your shoulders. The room is still, the clock breathes. Out there, though in the high air of the Andes, on muddy riverbanks, in candlelit chambers where maps are more hope than fact, the Americas are sprinting. Between 1811 and 1825, the continent learns 3 hard lessons: how to win wars against an empire, how to sketch a country out of dust, and how to live with the gap between dreams and delivery. Let's start where the sky bites your lungs, dawn. On the Uspallata Pass, 1817, frost glitters on mule hair and cannon rims. José de San Martínez. Thousands of animals, 8 big guns, and just enough food if the weather behaves. A drummer boy's fingers won't uncurl around his sticks. A veteran with a stitched cheek shares a strip of dried beef with a muleteer who swears he left warmth and a fiancé in Mendoza only yesterday. They climb anyway, one slow step at a time, because the book in San Martin's head says, "Cross the wall, fall on Chile, free the road to Peru." It is audacity packaged as logistics. When they drop into Chile, the air turns to thunder. Chacabuco. First clean as battles go, then a stumbling. Blood-slick day at Maipú in 1818, when the Patriot line almost snaps and then doesn't. Bernardo O'Higgins, Chile's steely son, raises a flag that had never yet belonged to a free capital. Liberty, he says, trying out the word as if it were a saddle you must ride into shape. Behind the bright speeches come the unbright jobs: food rationing, courts, taxes, roads, the boring bones of statehood. San Martin keeps his eyes on the real prize. Chile secured, he builds ships from cattle money and coastal timber, hires genius and danger in equal parts. Admiral Lord Cochrane, exiled British Savalfand, sails north for Lima. You can picture the convoy at twilight, white triangles of canvas sliding past a copper coast. It looks simple from our distance. It wasn't. Lima is the old heart of Spanish rule: silver, ceremony, and a habit of command. You don't knock over a cathedral by wishing. Now swing the lantern east and north, where another path to the same horizon is being carved. Simone Bolivar imp. Brilliant, stubborn in ways that help and hurt, has already tasted failure and exile. By 1816, he returns from Haiti with two gifts: supplies and a promise stitched to his conscience. Haiti, as President Pician asked him to free the enslaved wherever he won. On paper, it looks like a clause. In life, it is a line you can't step back over. Bolivar proclaims emancipation for those who fight in the patriot ranks. Men from the Lannister Venezuelan plains, who once rode for royalists, change sides when leaders like José Antonio Páez gambled that the future rides with Bolivar. Mixed-race soldiers, free black lancers, indigenous fighters, and the British. Legion of adventurers in red scraps of old uniforms pack the ranks of armies that don't always eat, don't always get paid, but are beginning to win. Picture a rainy afternoon at the bridge of Boyaca, August 1819. A trick of marching and timing lets Bolivar fall on the Spanish from an angle they didn't plan for. The fight is short and sharp. When it clears, Bogotá opens its gates. New Granada, Colombia's Corey's free enough to hold a congress and mint plates. Bolivar creates Gran Colombia, today's Colombia, Venezuela, Ecuador, with borders that looked like a dream of unity sketched by a man who never cared much for small. The ink is wet. The arguments begin the same day. From there the dominoes go down in a rhythm that felt like destiny at the time and logistics on later inspection. Carabobo in 1821 tears the royalists' hold from Venezuela. Pichincha in 1822. Thanks to Antonio José de Sucre, dancing battalions along volcanic heights above Quito freeze the highlands where long roads meet. A few months later, in Guayaquil, two men in a quiet room, San Martin and Bolivar, talk, with doors shut. We never got the minutes, just the outcome. San Martin steps aside, as if two suns make one sky too bright. Bolivar, at once relieved and burdened, eyes Peru like a climber who has one more peak left. Back to Lima, the viceroy, hedging and stalling, still controls the interior. The old empire is wounded, not dead, and wounded empires bite. Sucre, Bolivaresi. Calm right hand takes the last, defining step. At Ayacucho in 1824, he breaks Spanish power on the mainland for good. By 1825, Upper Peru becomes Bolivia, named for the liberator, in a gesture even he found awkward, and a continent full of colonial paperwork must learn winter by winter how to be sovereign, while Spanish America rewrites itself. The Portuguese world takes a separate path that ends in the same direction. In 1808, the Portuguese royal court fled Napoleon and set up shop in Rio de Janeiro, turning a colony into an empire's capital by accident. When the court sails home years later, Prince Pedro stays. "Fico," he says, "I am staying," and in 1822 he declares Brazilian independence with a blue and green banner and a monarch's calm. There's less blood, more continuity, and a thick string that won't be cut until 1888, slavery. Brazil's coffee and sugar wealth rides human backs long after neighbors change the law, and that choice writes shadows across the century to come. Now, slide your hand across the map to Mexico, where independence comes late, strange, and explosive. After Hidalgo's torch and Moreles's discipline, the war lurches, pauses, smolders. Then, in 1820, a liberal revolt in Spain forces the king to accept a constitution, and suddenly some Mexican conservatives fear reform more than rebellion. Agustín de Iturbide, royalist colonel with good tailoring and better instincts, switches sides and offers the plan of Iguala, 3 guarantees religion, independence, union, a crown if a European prince will take it, and writes that sound. Generous, but leave land and caste largely intact. In 1821, the army of the 3 guarantees marches, a rainbow, into Mexico City. Spain is out, independence is in. A year later, with no prince arriving, Iturbide crowns himself. He lasts long enough to prove why gold chairs are bad solutions to hungry nations. By 1824, Mexico is a federal republic on paper and a tugavor. In practice, center and state, church and reformer, army and law, city and countryside, threads that knot and fray for decades. The middle of the isthmus watches and chooses. In September 1821, Central America declares independence to Guatemala, El Salvador, Honduras, Nicaragua, Costa Rica, a necklace of small countries with big volcanoes and larger neighbors. They experiment as the United Provinces of Central America, a union that will later come apart under the same pressures that split their larger cousins' local strongmen, thin treasuries, roads that wash out each rainy season, and elites who agree on independence but not on who counts as the people. Paraguay, quiet and prickly, slips out early 1811, and under Dr. Francia, builds a hermit republic that avoids foreign claws by keeping its own sharp. You're wondering about the United States. It's there, of course, doing what it does in this era, arguing loudly and growing quickly. The War of 1812 breaks like a summer storm sudden, messy, done before farmers finish the season. Britain, tangled in its own fight with Napoleon, burns Washington, then gets kicked hard at New Orleans by an army of militia, free black soldiers, Creoles, frontiersmen, and pirates under Andrew Jackson, after the diplomats had already signed peace in Ghent. The treaty changes little in ink. The war changes much in attitude. Americans learn they can survive humiliation and still swagger. A lasting national chip sets on a young shoulder. Back home, the internal improvements crowd whispers a new gospel. Roads, canals, harbors. In 1817, spades bite New York dirt and start the Erie Canal, a trench that will drag the Midwest to Manhattan and pour grain into Atlantic ships. Towns bloom along towpaths. Prices fall, speed rises, letters move. You can't hear it in your room tonight, but if you listen hard in 1823, you can make out a sentence from President Monroe rolling across Congress like a drum roll. The Americas are not open to fresh European colonization. The Monroe Doctrine is part principle, part bluff, part British Navy. To Latin America, it sounds like protection with a price tag. Fewer Spanish bayonets, more American bankers, and a neighbor who will never stop advising. Let's dip beneath. flags and speeches, and see the people carrying all this on their backs. In a Lima patio, an Afro-Peruvian seamstress stitches a new sash for a politician who changed sides twice and still wants to look like history in his portrait. She asks about pay. He says tomorrow. She knows what that means and hides a silver coin in her bodice before the men start toasting liberty again on a Venezuelan plain. A Llanero lancer, barefoot in the saddle, hair tied with a strip of rag, leans into a charge at Carabobo. The horse's breath is hot. The spear shakes in his hand. The line ahead is a wall until it suddenly breaks. Later, he will brag in a tavern and then ride home to a hut that independence never visits with. A deed on a hacienda in Oaxaca. A Mixtec family hears that Mexico is free and asks the oldest question, free for whom? A new tax collector arrives with a new ribbon on his hat and the same ledger in his hand in Kentucky. A farmer along the national road watches a train of wagons grind past. He hears about a war he didn't see and a canal he'll never use, and thinks mainly about the weather. He also hears whispers about cotton prices and land in Alabama rich as butter. Some of his neighbors pack the wagon, hitch the team, and go. On that richer land, enslaved workers breathe the same air and dream the same stale dream, flight or justice, or simply a day without the lash. Haiti's promise and Bolivar's decrees are wind at their backs and paper in their pockets. Neither stops the auction block yet, in a ghetto courtyard. A boy copies his letters by charcoal and hears his uncle say that men with starched collars in Bogota or Caracas are already arguing about capitals and tariffs, while the road to the next town is still washed out. The boy wonders what a nation is if a mule can't make it there, and up on that frozen pass again. A soldier who has survived the crossing wakes to a sun that throws knives at glacier ice and laughs at how alive he feels. He will live through Maipú, march into Lima, and then years later sell vegetables in a market, pointing with pride at a scar nobody else notices. Not every hero dies on a battlefield. Some sell onions and tell stories that keep countries glued together by 1825. The map on your wall would confuse your grandparents. Spanish America has blown into nations like seeds from a ripe pod. Brazil wears a crown that fits uncomfortably. Mexico has tried a monarchy on and tossed it. Central America is a braid starting to fray at the ends. The United States, done being the smaller partner at the grown-ups table, clears its throat when Europe glances west. All this looks clean as a school atlas. In the streets, it is loud, dusty, and full of IOUs. And the dreams? They're taller than the houses built to hold them. Bolivar imagined a continental republic where local jealousies would be steamrolled by shared purpose. San Martin envisioned a sequence of liberations that would leave stable, sober republics. Behind Mexican insurgents like Morelos, pictured a nation where caste was a memory and land had many owners. Reality lands somewhere between sermon and shopkeeper. Constitutions with fine preambles and small budgets. Armies with big hats and weak supply lines. Elites who learn new anthems but old habits. And common people who work tomorrow just as hard as yesterday and ask to be seen by a state busy arguing with itself. Still press your palm to the glass. The map is new. The old empire that claimed half a world from a desk in Madrid has, for all practical purposes, come to an end in the Americas. In its place, nations that will spend the rest of the century asking versions of the same question. How do we make liberty mean something on market day? The answers will vary: Cautheliers with iron fists, reformers with ink-stained fingers, merchants with loans, peasants with petitions, soldiers with plans. But the question will not go away. Turn onto your other side. Let the mountains fade to grey behind your eyelids. Hear the last hoofbeats on a cold pass, the last echo in a new Congress. Holl, the last cheer in a plaza that still smells like oranges and dust. The revolutions have won. The work begins. When you're ready, we'll drift into Part 4, 1826 to 1838. Strongmen and experiments. Jacksonian democracy and the Trail of Tears. Brazil's empire settling into itself. And the quiet, relentless market that changes how everyone lives. Tuck in. Breathe once for the mountains you left behind, and once for the plains ahead. The fireworks of independence have faded. The work lights flick on. Between 1826 and 1838, the Americas try to turn victory into government hand. Discover how heavy a country feels when it's in your hands. Start with silence in a big room. Bogota, 1830. A man with deep eyes and a cough, Simón Bolívar stars. At papers he no longer believes can hold a continent together. Gran Colombia, his dream of one republic for the north, is splitting along old fault lines. Venezuela one way, New Granada, Colombia another, Ecuador a third. The liberator writes that clever line about ploughing the sea, then dies before winter. Outside, flags still wave. Inside, the center has come apart. Across Spanish America, that is the mood. New nations, thin budgets, thinner roads and arguments. Thick as soup. Who taxes? Who commands? Capital here or there. Do provinces rule themselves or obey a strong capital? In theory, constitutions solve that. In practice, men with horses do. They get a name, Cathelia strongman with charm, favor, and friends who carry knives. They promise order, they deliver it at a price. In Argentina, a cattle baron with a stare like a nail, one Manuel de Roses, pulls a red ribbon tight around politics. His enforcers, the mazorca, teach critics to hold their tongues. Bodies in ditches teach faster than pamphlets. In Mexico, a general with a gift for survival, Antonio López de Santa Anna, walks in and out of the presidency like a man with a spare key, 11 times in the decades ahead. In Ecuador, Juan José Flores. In Guatemala, Rafael Carrera. Names change, pattern stays. The army keeps the state upright, and the state feeds the army. Not everywhere is fist and fear. Chile settles into a clipped, conservative order after 1830, courts that function, taxes that collect, dissent that doesn't go far. A stern civilian, Diego Portales, designs a republic where stability matters more than applause, and then dies in 1837. Shot in a war, Chile will win the next year. The Peru-Bolivia Confederation rises in 1836 under Andrés de Santa Cruz, promising unity and markets. Chile and Argentina call it a threat and sharpen their bayonets. The end comes in 1839, just after our window, but the rumble is already in the ground. Now cross the wide river to Brazil, where independence kept a crown. Dom Pedro I tries to rule a continent-sized empire from Rio with a Portuguese temper and Brazilian problems. He signs a liberal constitution with one hand and dissolves legislatures with the other. In 1831, under pressure from the street and from men who prefer their emperor quiet, he abdicates and sails for Europe. His 5-year-old son is now the symbol on the coins Pedro II. So Brazil hands the real work to regents. The 1830s churn, Revolts rip the far corners, the Cabinajim in the Amazon pour. Indigenous and black Brazilians rise and die in terrible numbers. The Ragamuffin War in the South. The Malk Slave Revolt in Salvador, 1835. A flash of faith and fury by Muslim Africans who write Arabic on walls before the soldiers come. Order and progress is a slogan still in the future. Right now, the order is regional, and progress depends on who owns the river. Zoom in. Daily life looks less like a constitution and more like these small pictures. A market in Puebla, Mexico. A woman sells chilies and limes on a cloth. The new government has a new seal. The tax clerk has the same eyes as the old one. A decree on the wall says slavery is abolished. Mexico banned it in 1829. But on the northern ranches, Anglos in Texas argue for exceptions. The woman counts coins twice and saves one under her tongue for luck. A pulperia on the Argentine pampas. Gauchos lean with one boot hooked on a bar, knives tucked at the back. They argue poems and cattle prices and whether Rosas's police will come out this far. Someone sings low, a sad song about a fence where there never used to be one, a veranda in Salvador, Brazil. Coffee steams. A planter reads an English newspaper about Parliament debating slavery while his own fields run on bonds and chains. Britain has outlawed the trade 1807 and slavery in its colonies 1834 to 38. Brazil, Cuba, the American South watch and calculate. Profits, prices, pressure. The math is cold. A highland village near Cusco. An Andean weaver knots color in two. Cloth as a local boss reads aloud a notice from Lima. It speaks of equal citizenship. The path to town washed out last week. The priest owes her cousin money, and a new conscription list sits on the table. Equality is a word with muddy boots. Let's turn the map and climb into the United States, where politics moves like a river after rain fast brown, carrying logs. The election of 1828 brings Andrew Jackson to the White House. War hero, planter, man of few words and sharp edges. Inauguration Day feels like a barn party that got lost and wandered into marble halls. People crowd the rooms in muddy boots, climb on furniture, grab punch with both hands. Critics call it mob rule. Fans call it democracy finally breathing. The tone of politics drops an octave louder, rougher, more direct. Jackson's years mean. Expansion of white male voting property rules fall state by state. And a new idea that the people can hire and fire officials, the spoils system, cronyism to some, accountability to others. He also brings a hard line on two fights that slice the 1830s open. First fight, who runs the economy? Jackson hates the Second Bank of the United States, a big quasi-public institution that stabilizes credit and concentrates power. To him, it smells like a rich man's club. Congress votes to recharter. Jackson vetoes with a message ordinary folks can read. He wins re-election and then kills the bank pool's federal deposits, scatters them to pet state banks. Credit gushes, land speculation explodes. And when global winds shift bad harvests in Europe, British lenders pulling back the US skids into the panic of 1837. Banks fail, credit freezes. Men cluster at factory gates at dawn and go home, empty by lunch. A father in a New York tenement sells the last decent shoes to keep rent paid. A mother in Ohio stretches cornmeal with water and lies to the children about how good it tastes. The downturn will drag for years. Jackson's successor, Martin Van Buren, gets the blame like a man stepping on stage, just as the scenery collapses. Second fight: who owns the land? In 1830, Congress passes the Indian Removal Act, and the mask drops. Treaties, promises, court rulings, none of it stops the machinery when white hunger for land meets federal power. The Cherokee Nation has a written language, a constitution. Farms, schools, even enslaved workers, the full civilization package reformers said would win respect. In Worcester v. Georgia 1832, the Supreme Court recognizes Cherokee sovereignty on paper. On earth, Georgia and the president do not act as if bound. Let him enforce it. Jackson is said to have quipped of the court's decision, maybe not word for word, but close enough to truth to bruise. Removal comes anyway for Choctaw first, then Creek and Chickasaw, and finally the Cherokee in 1838 to 1839 under Jackson's chosen general, now President Van Buren. Soldiers arrive. Families get minutes too. Pack a life into a bundle. Stockades fill. Then begins a 1,000-mile walk. West winter, disease, hunger. A mother counts 3 children at dawn and 2 by night. A grandfather wraps a story around a small boy like a blanket. The river with fish like silver leaves. The farm where corn stood as high as a man's laugh. They call it later the Trail of Tears. Some don't need a name. They remember. The mud widened the lens. The market revolution keeps humming even through panic. Steamboats push against the Mississippi's brown muscle. The Erie Canal has already yoked the Great Lakes to Manhattan. Now canals spider other states, and railroads. Iron ponies start to run. Work changes shape. In Lowell, Massachusetts, mill girls live in boarding houses, rise to bells, labor 12 hours, read by weak light, and fold a few coins into a dress hem to send home. In Pittsburgh, men shovel coal and cough black. In Cincinnati, hogs become pork at a speed that makes visitors stare. In the Cotton South, Eli Whitney's gin, 30 years old now, keeps hands bloody from dawn to dark. Enslaved people are marched south by traders on the internal slave trade. Virginia to Mississippi, Maryland to Louisiana chains, clinking families torn like cloth. Cotton exports pay for northern factories and western canals. Profits ripple. Pain anchors the whole system. Swing back southwest to the Texas borderlands, where maps blur like heat above mesquite. The Mexican government had invited Anglo settlers into Tejos years earlier under empresarios like Stephen F. Austin, with rules. Become Mexican citizens, be Catholic, obey Mexican law, no new slavery, the rules fray. By the mid-1830s, there are more Anglos than Tejanos. Mexico City tightens control. Santa Anna centralizes power, discards federalism. Local anger hardens into revolt. 1835 to 1836, the Texas Revolution. In San Antonio, the Alamo falls after 13 desperate days' heroism. Slaughter, a story Americans will polish for generations. At Goliad, prisoners are executed. Grief turns to rage. On the plain of San Jacinto, April 1836, Sam Houston catches Santa Anna napping and wins a war in 18 minutes. Texas declares itself a republic. Mexico refuses to accept it. A long, tense standoff begins. In cabins, from Necagaches to the Brazos, women nail blankets over cracks and listen for HOOFBEATS to the South, Central America's experiment with Union, the United Provinces, starts to tear by 1838. Local wars, stubborn geography, and rival bosses pry Guatemala from Honduras, from Nicaragua, from El Salvador, from Costa Rica. A courier on a sweating horse gallops between capitals with letters that begin to the supreme government of Perv and end with a different name each month. And back in Mexico City, the pendulum swings. Factions clash. Federalists who want power in the states. Centralists who want Mexico hinged on the capital. Church and anti-clerical, army and civilian, Creole elite and the many. The young nation keeps trying constitutions like jackets, some too tight, some too loose. The tailor is tired. The bill keeps growing. We could count laws and battles, but listen to quieter sounds, the ones that make the 1830s feel like the 1830s. Wherever you stand, paper, banknotes changing hands, sometimes worth what they say, sometimes not. A shopkeeper lifts one to the window to see if the watermark is real. Trust becomes a daily gamble. Boots, soldiers, boots on cobbles, posse boots on prairie, immigrant boots on wharf planks. Movement becomes a fact of life westward. Exiled bells, factory bells, school bells, church bells, auction bells. Each divides the day. Work, prayer, sale, silence, pens, clerks in new capitals fill ledgers. Enrollment books list boys for the army. Court dockets grow. The state becomes a stack of paper that can tax you even if the road to your village washes out. And everywhere, voices, women bargaining hard, sailors swearing softly, preachers calling repentance at camp meetings, editors slamming arguments, into type, grandmothers whispering old stories, so children will know where home was before home moved. By the end of 1838, the map looks less like a theory and more like a weathered thing you could fold and stick in a pocket. In the southern cone, Rosa scripts, Argentina. Chile's order holds. The Peru-Bolivia experiment trembles. In the Andes north, New Granada and Ecuador settle into a wary neighborliness. Venezuela rides the Llanos with a hand on the reins and a knife on the belt. Brazil is a regency with fires on its edge and a small emperor in portraits. Central America unbraids. Mexico is independent, proud, and bruise-torn between laws made in the capital and facts made in towns. The United States is a young giant who just tripped, dizzy from the panic, proud from Texas, harsher from removal, louder from democracy's new voice. You've seen why revolutions are the short part and nation building is the long part. You've watched power shrink to the barrel of a carbine and spread through the pages of a ledger. You've felt the tug of markets on home and the shove of armies on maps. Above all, you've heard how many lives, quiet, ordinary, stubborn, the weight of a century's big words. Close your eyes. Hear a mill bell far away and, beneath it, a wagon wheel on a corduroy road. A child in a stockade coughs. A gaucho's knife taps a cup. A clerk sands a signature dry. Tomorrow we walk into Part 5, 1839 to 1854. Gold in California, glinting just over the horizon. Rail iron spreading like vines. Mexico and the United States colliding in a war both will remember. And a nation learning that compromise has limits. For tonight, let the room be still and let the maps rest. Settle in, let the room go quiet. The fireworks of revolution are gone. The throb of hammers and hoofbeats remains. Between 1839 and 1854, the Americas redraw borders with ink and gunpowder, trade sleep for speed, and learn how a word like destiny can excuse almost anything. Start at the southern tip of the continent, where a river widens into sea-gray light. In 1839, the Peru-Bolivia Confederation, clever experiment to bind to Andean nations breaks under Chilean and Argentine pressure at Yungay. Flags change, roads do not. In Buenos Aires, Juan Manuel de Rosas pulls his red ribbon tight around Argentina. He talks about order and gives people quiet streets at night, plus corpses in ditches. Across the river, in Montevideo, Uruguay's Guerra Grande drags on a siege so long that boys become soldiers and soldiers become statues. An Italian named Giuseppe Garibaldi fights for the little port city with a red shirt and a restless future. French and British ships hover, pretending to love liberty while guarding trade. North along the spine of the Andes, New Granada, today's Colombia, survives the War of the Supremes, 1839–42. A church versus state brawl that turns provinces into armed sermons. Ecuador swaps presidents like horse traders swap saddles. Venezuela learns that a country is heavier than a cavalry charge. In Chile, stern men build a quiet machine called estate taxes that actually arrive, courts that open most days, a navy that sails when told. It's not romantic, it works. On the other side of the tropical forest, Brazil is a regency with revolts flaring at the edges like brush fires, the cabanagem Impada, the ragamuffin war in the south, the Malk slave uprising. In Salvador, 1835. In 1840, Brazilians cut their experiment short and crown a teenager, Dom Pedro II, years early. He grows into the job like a tree grows into a hill slowly, sturdily. Coffee replaces sugar as king. Wealth flows, so do people in chains. Britain leans on Brazil to end the Atlantic Slave Trader Bardeen Act in 1845, lets the Royal Navy seize slavers. Brazil finally bans the traffic in 1850. The ships stop. Slavery stays. In plantations outside Rio, men still count profit by the backs they own. Swing over to Mexico, a nation of volcanoes and arguments. Since independence, it has tried monarchy, then republicanism, then strongmen, then hopeful paper, Santa on Olymping. Elegant theatrical keeps, returning like a tide. In Yucatan, a separate struggle explodes. The caste war of 1847. Maya communities against hacendados. A terrible, long revolt born from land hunger, debt, peonage, and generations of insult. In 1844, on Hispaniola's east, the Dominican Republic declares independence from Haiti. The island, already tired from empire's long wait, splits along lines carved by language, land, and memory. Now turn your face north. There's a new phrase in the United States, neat as a slogan and dangerous as a fire. Manifest destiny. It says the Republic is meant by God, by nature, by confidence to spread to the Pacific. Plenty of Americans believe it means farms and schools. Plenty of politicians hear it as permission. A boy runs along the Erie Canal towpath in 1842, keeping pace with a mule pulling a boat stacked with barrels. The canal has changed the heartbeat of the country. Grain that once took weeks to move now glides east at a walking pace, but with a miracle's certainty. The telegraph clicks its first message in 1844. What hath God wrought? And the sentence races, faster than wind can move a cloud. Railroads sprout like iron ivy. Steam turns days into hours. Time itself needs new rules. Train schedules teach towns to agree on minutes. Migration tilts the streets. The Irish famine hits like a hammer after 1845. Ships unload, families reduced to bone and hope. They fill tenements in New York and Boston, take the hardest jobs, Send coins home folded in letters stained with seawater. Germans arrive by the hundreds of thousands. Farmers, artisans, bruised revolutionaries from 1848, bringing clubs, bakeries, music, and a stubborn thirst for land. Not everyone is welcoming. A nativist mood grows teeth. Whispers about foreigners turn into the know-nothing movement of the early 1850s. In a Massachusetts shop window, a sign appears. No Irish need Appioland. A young woman in a faded shawl veers away as if struck. On the map's top edge, the Webster-Ashburton Treaty, 1842, smooths the US-British line from Maine to the Great Lakes. On the northwest corner, Americans shout 5,440 or fight. Then compromise at the 49th parallel, 1846, for Oregon. No war there. The real collision lies south, where Texas, born as a rebel republic in 1836, now tilts east toward US statehood. Annexation comes in 1845. Mexico warns that the Rio Grande is not a border, the Nueces is. A president named James K. Polk, brisk and single-minded, sends Zachary Taylor to the disputed strip. Shots snap in spring 1846. Polk tells Congress American blood was shed on American soil. The war drums drown out the map's fine print. The Mexican-American War, 1846-1848, is brief, brutal, and decisive. Taylor's volunteers fight at Palo Alto and Resaca de la Palma, then take Monterrey. At Buena Vista, they hold under a gray sky while Santa Ana returned, yet again throws waves of men and nearly wins. On the Gulf, Winfield Scott lands near Veracruz, marches inland like a slow storm. And after Cerro Gordo, Contreras, Churubusco, Chapultepec walks into Mexico City. Marines plant a flag, church bells mourn. The old capital tastes defeat and dust. In a village outside Puebla, a potter's wife hides her coin jar under loose floorboards. Will they take it? Her daughter whispers when the column passes. They always take something, the mother answers, not angry, just tired. In the US, a young congressman named Abraham Lincoln asks awkward questions about where exactly that first blood was shed. Most people prefer not to hear him. War fever runs hotter than caution. The Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo, February 1848, ends the fight. Mexico cedes an empire's worth of space. California, New Mexico, Arizona, Nevada, Utah, parts of Colorado, and Wyoming. The US pays $15 million and promises rights to Mexicans who now find themselves inside another flag. Some keep land, many don't. Courts speak a language they don't. Paperwork goes missing. Fees stack like bricks. A ranchero in California holds a yellowed grant that was good under 3 governments, and suddenly ISN single quote T.9 days before that treaty. On January 24, 1848, a carpenter named James Marshall spots bright flecks in the tail race at Sutter's Mill. By summer, whispers harden into maps. By 1849, the gold rush is a flood. San Francisco, which had more pelicans than lawyers 2 years before, sprouts, piers, tents, and arguments. An entire ship's crew deserts at anchor and vanishes into the hills. Hulls get dragged ashore and turned into warehouses. Men from Peru, Chile, China, France, Hawaii, and everywhere in between pan side by side. Then fight over claim lines the rain erases each night. A Chinese miner buys a shovel at 10 times its price and learns new words fast. The ones shouted by men who don't want him there. A law called the Foreign Miners Tax 1850 makes outsider a bill. Vigilantes hold court with ropes. Disease does better business than any saloon. Not all gold comes from rivers. The rush feeds a nation of shopkeepers and farmers who sell picks, flour, boots, beef. It speeds the admission of California as a state. 1850 without the usual territorial stop. That, in turn, kicks open the door to the ugliest argument in the House. Will slavery spread west? Since 1820, a careful balance of free and slave states has kept Congress from open war with itself. The Wilmot Proviso, 1846, tries to forbid slavery in any land taken from Mexico. It fails, but leaves a scar. In 1850, 5 bills pass as a package. With a sigh and a threat, the Compromise of 1850, California enters free. The slave trade, but not slavery, ends in Washington, D.C. Utah and New Mexico will decide slavery by popular sovereignty, let residents vote. Texas trims its shape for cash, and the North swallows a bitter pill. A fierce fugitive slave act that demands citizens and officials help return escapees. In an Ohio church, a minister reads the new law and feels his hands shake. If a man knocks at my door at midnight and says he is hungry and hunted, he asks the congregation, am I now a criminal for feeding him? A woman in the crowd, Harriet Beecher Stowe, goes home and begins to write. Uncle Tom's Cabin, 1852, explodes across the North like a sermon you can hold. Southerners call it slander. Northerners who never thought about auctions and whips now do. The law reaches into streets. In Boston, a crowd tries to free Anthony Burns, an escaped man seized by marshals. Cannon face down State Street. Burns is marched back to a ship under federal guard. The sound that day is chains clattering on cobble louder than speeches. If the Compromise was meant to cool the room, it only turned down one stove and lit another. In 1853, the Gadsden Purchase shaves a desert strip from northern Mexico, so surveyors can dream of a southern railroad to the Pacific. In the Caribbean, private U.S. adventurers, filibusters, try to snatch Cuba from Spain or nudge it toward a slaveholders' union. One, Narciso Lopez, dies under Spanish bullets. In a Belgian town in 1854, U.S. diplomats write the Ostend Manifesto, suggesting America must take Cuba if Spain won't sell. When the paper leaks, it smells like gunpowder and embarrassment. Northerners see an attempt to expand slavery overseas. Southerners see a future sugar crown. Across the Pacific, American sails appear off Ido Bay. Commodore Matthew Perry arrives in 1853 with black ships and polite menace. The Convention of Kanagawa, 1854, cracks Japan's old walls. American trade reaches farther. American reach grows longer. Back on the prairies, the biggest match lands in dry grass. In 1854, Senator Stephen Douglas wants a railroad to Chicago and a neat solution to sectional fights. He cuts a deal with himself and the past. The Kansas-Nebraska Act. It repeals the Missouri Compromise line that had kept slavery out of the northern territories since 1820 and says, again, let the people decide popular sovereignty. On paper, it's democracy. On the ground, it's an invitation to bring your gun and your preacher and your printing press and try to outshout, outvote, or outshoot your neighbor. But that's the next chapter's blood. Before we cross that line, listen to the quieter, harder to map changes of these years, the way history feels in the hand. In California, the gold camps chew up forests and spit tailings into rivers. Salmon, vanish. Valleys fill with noise and sudden towns that will be ghosts in a decade. Indigenous Californians face bounties, militias, starvation, the old pattern with new speed. In Texas, rangers ride against Comanche bands. Treaties break like thin ice. The plains learn new kinds of war. In the Mississippi Valley, steamboats turn river towns into chandeliers of light, and sometimes into funeral pyres when boilers blow. Along the national road, wagons creak west, while behind them towns stitch schools and courthouses out of raw planks and stubbornness. In Mexico, a young Benito Juarez, Zapotec lawyer from Oaxaca, studies and waits poor, precise iron inside. His time is coming. In Brazil, a rail line crawls from the coffee hills toward the sea. Planters talk of yields and prices. Enslaved workers measure the year by harvests and grief. In Santiago, a clerk enters numbers in a ledger that prove a small truth. A state is made out of paper before it is made out of marble. And in a New York boarding house, a printer's apprentice lays a damp newspaper on a windowsill and reads about a war he didn't fight and a territory he'll never visit and a law that might someday reach for his landlord's runaway cook. He wonders, just for a second, how far a country can stretch before it snaps. By the end of 1854, the map of the United States has the shape minus Alaska and Hawaii, plus problems no boundary can fix. California is in the southwest, is taken, Oregon is settled. The center is opening like a mouth. The nation is richer, faster, louder, and more divided. South America's strongmen are learning that fear is expensive. Chile's ordered republic is learning that order always wants more of you. Brazil's young emperor is learning patience. Mexico is learning that peace takes more than flags. Close your eyes. Hear a pig strike wet gravel in a cold Sierra stream. Hear a judge's gavel and a telegraph key and a train whistle so new that farmers stop in their fields just to listen. Hear, underneath it all, the thin sound of a page turning in a book you thought you knew the end of. When you're ready, we'll step into part 6, 1855 to 1861, Bleeding Kansas, Dred Scott, rail iron racing the prairie, John Brown's shadow, Lincoln's lean figure on a small wooden stage, and a union that starts to tear along the seams everyone can finally see. Settle. In, slow breaths, in, slower out. The house is quiet. The continent isn't. Between 1855 and 1861, the Americas move with that electric pre-storm hush the air right before a sky splits. Laws are passed that feel like riddles. Towns sprout from rails and vanish into rumors. And everywhere you can hear the dry rustle of beliefs, rubbing together until they spark, start where the prairie looks endless and the wind carries names. Away. Kansas, 1855. The word popular sovereignty had sounded tidy on paper. Let the people of a territory vote slavery up or down, and the republic will accept the verdict. Out here, it means wagons groaning across state lines, crates of rifles, mislabeled Bibles, and men who cross a river, vote in a town they've never seen, then ride home before sundown. In a free soil cabin, a schoolteacher fresh from Massachusetts oils a sharp's rifle and whispers, "I'm here to plant a vote, not a grave." In a saloon east of the border, a Missourian runs a cloth along a pistol barrel and grins without humor. "Plant whatever you like," he mutters to no one. "We'll harvest it." By 1856, buildings burn and names turn into warnings. Sacked by a pro-slavery posse. Pottawatomie Creek, where John Brown, a man with a prophet's eyes and a farmer's hands, drags 5 pro-slavery settlers from their beds and hacks them down with The prairie swallows sound quickly, but the stories run on rails. Newspapers christen the territory Bleeding Kansas, and the name sticks because it's true. The violence leaks into marble halls. Washington, May 1856. Senator Charles Sumner stands at his desk and speaks too long and too sharp, lashing slavery and its defenders with language that cuts. Days later, Congressman Preston Brooks walks into the Senate, lifts a gold-headed cane, and beats Sumner senseless while gentlemen watch. The thud of wood on bone echoes down stairwells and into hotel parlors. In Boston, people gasp. In Charleston, people mail Brooks new canes with jaunty notes. A nation that once argued in paragraphs is now arguing in blows. Step sideways to Mexico, where the fight is not sectional but existential. The reform arrives like a stiff wind. In 1857, liberals craft a new constitution: freedom of speech, equal law, curbs on military and clerical privilege. Benito Juarez, a Zapotic lawyer from Oaxaca with a straight spine and a tighter wallet, holds the law like a lantern. Conservatives cry sacrilege and treason. The Reform War 185-71861 tears the country. Puebla and Mexico City change hands. Church bells ring 4 different commanders on alternating Sundays. A seamstress in Veracruz learns to keep 2 small flags in a drawer and set out the one that matches the troops at the gate. Hunger wears both colors. Across the isthmus, a different fever. Central America, 1855. An American adventurer, William Walker, marches into Nicaragua with a private army, declares himself president, reinstates slavery, and dreams of a slaveholding. Empire stitched from other people's countries. Costa Rica's Juan Rafael Mora rallies neighbors. At Rivas in 1856, Central Americans drive Walker's men back. Cholera takes more lives than bullets, but the filibuster's empire collapses under the weight of reality and rage. Walker will die in Honduras in 1860, facing a firing squad and staring at a sky that never belonged to him. Now turn back to the United States and watch the world shrink. Telegraph clicks stitch cities together. A message that once took days rides a wire in seconds. What hath God wrought, and what hath commerce wrought, and what will politics do with a wire that outruns rumor? Railroads push across prairie like iron vines. Towns bloom around depots. Maps tilt west. Immigrants pour into docks choked with steamerish, hollow-eyed from famine. Germans, some with soot still in their lungs from failed revolutions. They fill tenements, mills, brickyards. They fill pews other people think they own. Signs mutter, no Irish need apply. A new politics, the know-nothings hisses, behind closed doors and in open taverns. A girl on Hester Street learns to read from a prayer card and a butcher's receipt. On Sundays, she looks at the Hudson and tells herself that water means choice. 1857 brings a sudden cold hand on the shoulder. The panic. Railroads overbuilt. Banks overextended. Grain prices lurching, then a cascade. A clerk in Cincinnati walks to work and sees men whose coats have gone shiny stand 3 deep outside a closed bank. Ships turn back, factories dim. The panic hits the North hardest credit. Industry, speculation. The South decides this means cotton is king and the market loves them more. Each section reads the same news and writes a different story in March of the same year. The Supreme Court writes a disaster in Lawyers Inc. Dred Scott v. Sanford. The decision says black people cannot be citizens, that Congress cannot bar slavery in the territories, that a slaveholder's rights travel with him like a shadow. In Chicago, a printer slaps wet pages onto a counter, and someone reads the line out loud, "No rights, which the white man is bound to respect." The room goes quiet. In Charleston, a planter nods slowly. A dream he dared not say aloud now appears. In legal type, laws don't always change hearts, but they change the weather, and the barometer drops. That same year, a bold telegram from Peru crosses the wind. Slavery abolished 1854 to 55. Reforms clinched under President Ramon Castilla. Bought out with guano money scraped from Pacific rocks by Chinese and indigenous laborers under brutal contracts. In Venezuela, the federal war ignites in 1859, a civil conflict over federalism and equality, elites and llaneros. A boy on the plains learns to tell the difference between thunder and artillery by the way the ground lifts under his feet. Back in the American Middle West, two men climb wooden platforms and talk each other into history. Illinois, 1858. Abraham Lincoln, tall as a fence post, face like a weathered map, challenges Stephen A. Douglas, short, shrewd, practiced, to a string of public debates. Thousands stand in the sun and dust as the two men argue whether democracy can vote on a man's freedom the way it votes on a bridge levee. Lincoln loses the Senate seat, wins a nation's attention, and leaves behind one clean sentence like a flint: "A house divided against itself cannot stand." Some hear doom, some prophecy, all remember the sound. Downriver at Harper's Ferry, 1859, John Brown returns to the stage he never left in his head. He seizes the federal arsenal with a handful of men black and white, hoping to arm the enslaved, and set the Blue Ridge on fire with rebellion. Instead, he's surrounded, wounded, captured by Robert E. Lee and Marines who look surprised to be there. At trial, Brown's words climb over the judge's bench and out through the window. At the gallows, his calm turns him into a martyr for Northerners and a ghost story for Southerners. "We are not safe," whispers a South Carolina planter's wife to herself in the mirror. She is right, though not in the way she thinks. Across the Atlantic slope, you can feel Argentina stitching itself together after long quarrels. A National Constitution, 1853, is a book most provinces agree to read. Buenos Aires sulks, fights, then signs after Pavon. Ibarlui makes the argument moot. Chile polishes institutions to a quiet shine. Brazil, under Pedro II, hums with coffee profits and scandalous conversations about slavery outlawed to imports since 1850, legal at home still. Progress and contradiction walk arm in arm, everywhere, all the time. Now the election year that feels like a knife. 1,860, 4 tickets for visions. Northern Democrats run Douglas on union and choice in the territories. Southern Democrats bolt and run Breckinridge on slavery's national protection. A new constitutional union party offers Bell with no new troubles, please. And the Republicans nominate Lincoln no slavery in the territories, yes to railroads, homesteads, a protective tariff, and the idea that the union can be something you fight to keep, not because it's perfect, but because it's the arena where justice can be made. In October, a farm family in Ohio reads Republican platform planks by lamplight and nods at the promise of free land and a western rail line. In Mississippi, a planter reads a different paper and hears only the threat that his wealth built on other people's stolen labor might not be allowed to spread. Lincoln wins with a plurality of the popular vote and a firm electoral majority, taking every free state but a few. He's not on many southern ballots. The map looks like two different countries that shook hands in 1787 and never truly let go. Now one decides to unclasp. December 20th, 1860, South Carolina secedes. Fireworks spike, church bells clang, and a document spells out the cause in plain text. Slavery, its protection, expansion, and the belief that equality itself is treason to the natural order. In quick steps come Mississippi, Florida, Alabama, Georgia, Louisiana, Texas. Men who had sworn oaths in Washington packed trunks in boarding houses. In Montgomery, Alabama, delegates craft a Confederate Constitution that looks familiar until it doesn't. Sovereignty for states, slavery guarded like a crown jewel. Jefferson Davis takes the podium, thin-lipped and steady, a soldier's posture around a politician's words. February 1861 in Mexico, Juarez limps, exhausted, into a legal presidency after winning the Civil War. The treasury is empty, debts to Europe heavy, and a new danger gathers off Veracruz, the French, sniffing opportunity while the United States looks inward. In Bogota, Colombia's debates about central power and churchland grow teeth. Tomás Cipriano de Mosquera sharpens his own. Preparing the liberal revolt of 1861, the hemisphere hums. Not one fire, many. Back north, March 4th, 1861, Lincoln's inaugural threads a needle firm that secession is illegal and the Union perpetual. Soft in tone to anyone willing to listen. We are not enemies, but friends, he says, asking passion to cool and reason to return. In the crowd, some men smile thinly. In Charleston Harbor, a fort named Sumter sits like a dare in the water. April, negotiations flutter like trapped birds. Supplies run low, a clock you can't see is ticking. Before dawn, on April 12, 1861, Confederate guns open on Fort Sumter. People wake in Charleston to the sound of war splitting the night into before and after. On the second day, the Union garrison surrenders and marches out under arms, drums flat with ash. Lincoln calls for 75,000 volunteers. For more slave states, Virginia, Arkansas, Tennessee, North Carolina join the Confederacy rather than send men to fight their neighbors. Border states waffle and worry. The House has indeed divided, and at last it falls not to dust, but into two camps with flags the wind will try to tear from their staffs. Pause here and listen beneath the cannons to the softer noises of the years we just crossed. The scratch of a pen as a Kansas homesteader signs a deed to land he broke with his own hands, and the silence of the Potawatomi family driven from those same acres. The click of a telegraph key in St. Louis carrying prices, births, deaths, and rumors to New York faster than a heartbeat. The whisper of legal Latin in a courtroom where a California ranchero fights for ancestral land with papers that were valid under 3 flags and are now somehow not. The murmur of prayer in a Mexican village as Juarez's decrees arrive. The rustle of a ledger in Lima paid by guano. The drum of hooves in the Venezuelan Llano as another messenger rides with bad news wrapped in oilcloth. And always the human voice, stubborn and ordinary mothers selling bread and sharing gossip. Dock workers haggling for an extra dime. A mill girl reading a newspaper aloud to roommates. An enslaved father whispering roots of the underground. Railroad to a son who will soon be gone into the dark with a star for a compass. These sounds do not stop when cannon fire begins. They thread through everything, hold communities together, help people survive while the big words union, liberty, sovereignty reform crash into each other like storms. You're warm, the room is still. Outside our window, the world we've been walking through has arrived at an edge and stepped over it. The match has met the prairie. The telegraph wire hums in both directions. In Mexico, victory against conservatives becomes the prelude to a French invasion. In South America, republics and Cauthelius keep wrestling in courts and saddle blankets. And in the United States, the argument that could not be voted away or lawyered into submission will now be settled by fields that will remember names like Shiloh, Antietam, Gettysburg, and Vicksburg, like scars remember knives. Let your eyes close, hear a last echo from those Kansas hills, the last hollow ring of John Brown's hammer on iron, the last crisp sentence from a tall lawyer who learned to make words hold weight. When you're ready, we'll walk into Part 7, 1861 to 1865, a civil war that remakes the nation. The hemisphere watching and recalculating, and ordinary people carrying extraordinary years on their backs. Breathe in, let the house go quiet. Out past your window, the continent is wide awake, hammers in armories, hooves on muddy roads, telegraph keys ticking like impatient hearts. Between 1861 and 1865, the United States burns, breaks, and remakes itself while the rest of the Americas watch, calculate, and brace. This isn't a tidy chapter. It's a storm written in ink, iron, and bone. It begins before dawn in Charleston Harbor, April 12, 1861. A thud rolls over the water. Then another, then a sheet of orange paints Fort Sumter's brick. Windows rattle miles away. By afternoon, men are squinting up from doorways, counting seconds between flashes. 2 days later, the fort surrenders, and every calm voice in Washington and Richmond goes quiet at once. The war nobody wanted to believe in has shown its face. At first, everyone thinks it will be quick. Gentlefolk ride out with picnic baskets to watch the first major battle at Bull Run in July-less gloves. Opera glasses, sandwiches wrapped in linen. The cannons answer with smoke and confusion. By day's end, the spectators are running for their lives among panicked soldiers and overturned carriages. And the country's illusions are face down in the dust. This war is new even when it borrows old words. Railroads breathe for armies, moving regiments in days where weeks used to pass. Rifled muskets cut farther and cleaner than smoothbores. Trenches become the only honest conversation with a bullet. The telegraph stitches capitals to camps. President can read news of a battle while the smoke still hangs over the field. Doctors learn to work with speed and saws. Anesthesia eases pain, but disease still kills more men than artillery ever will. Winter 1861 to 62, the West wakes first. In Tennessee, a quiet, stubborn officer named Ulysses S. Grant discovers that knocking on a door with his whole shoulder works. Fort Henry falls. Then Fort Donelson, where he writes no terms except unconditional. An immediate surrender and finds a nickname he never asked for. In April, 2 gray mornings at a place called Shiloh teach both sides a new mathematics, how many dead a modern day can hold. The ground, a private rights, was as if sown with men. Farther south, Admiral David Farragut runs a fleet up past forts into New Orleans, and a city built on sugar and ships learns the taste of occupation in Virginia. General McClellan creeps up the peninsula toward Richmond with an army so polished it shines. He is careful, brilliant, adored by his men and slow as scripture. Robert E. Lee, who inherits the Confederate Army mid-1862, hits with speed and audacity, the 7 days battles slapped the Union back from the gates of the Confederate capital. Summer breaks into dust and heat. In September, Lee swings north, hoping a Southern victory on free soil will win European recognition. The two armies meet along a cornfield and a creek named for a river in Maryland. Antietam. Dawn burns off fog and reveals rows of men in blue and gray who will enter a day they will never leave. By dusk, 23,000 are killed, wounded, or missing. Bloodiest single day in American history. It is not a clear Union victory, but it is a halt. It is enough. Lincoln, who has been writing a proclamation in his head, pulls it into the light while the country still feels like glass about to crack. On January 1st, 1863, with a pen hand steadier than his heart, he signs the Emancipation Proclamation. It declares enslaved people in areas still in rebellion forever free and promises that black men may join the Union forces. On paper, it does not break chains in loyal border states or places the Union already holds. In practice, it turns the war into a fight with a second, burning purpose. In plantation quarters across the South, rumors like birds become news like thunder. Men and women walk toward Union lines, toward a word long whispered and now spoken aloud. Some of the earliest to test that new word come in 1861, before any proclamation, to Fort Monroe in Virginia. 3 men enslaved on a Confederate battery slip across the water in a skiff and present themselves to Union General Benjamin Butler. The Confederates demand their property back. Butler invents a law in the space of a heartbeat. If the South says these men are property used for war, then they are contraband of war and will not be returned. It's a legal fig leaf. It's a door. Soon, thousands press through. The Port Royal experiment follows in South Carolina's Sea Islands schools. Wages, plots of land proof that freedom can be a practice, not just a pronouncement. In the spring of 1862, iron meets iron. The Confederate Virginia, born the Merrimac, snorts out of Norfolk Harbor armored in railroad iron. Chews through wooden Union ships like a shark through cedar. Next day, a strange, low raft appears the Union's monitor. A turreted machine that looks like a tin can nailed to a raft. They circle, ram, blast, and prove in an afternoon that wooden navies are old men in young coats. Elsewhere, under the water, the Confederate Hunley becomes the first submarine to sink a warship and then vanishes with her crew into the black dot by mid-1863. The war turns on 2 hinges in the same week. On the Mississippi, Grant has invested Vicksburg, last major river fortress. For 6 weeks, the city lives underground in caves. Children learn to sleep under shell fire. A mother spreads a quilt over 2 sleeping boys and a barrel of flour as if the pattern could turn away steel. July 4th, Vicksburg surrenders. The Mississippi is a Union river again, splitting the Confederacy like a blue axe. 3 days earlier and 1,000 miles east, hills and ridges around a Pennsylvania town fill with smoke. Gettysburg is 3 days of accident and resolve, of Union defense that bends and holds. On the 3rd day, General George Pickett leads Virginians across a mile of open ground because orders are orders and honor is a leash. They are brave. It is not enough. The charge buckles under canister and musket fire. When survivors stumble back, Lee says the words that make men love him even as their hearts break. It is all my fault. In New York, almost at the same time, a different fire starts. The first federal draft is not a lottery everyone accepts. Angry crowds pour whites. Many of them Irish immigrants turn on police, on the rich, on black New Yorkers who they are told will take their jobs. For days, the draft riots burn. A black orphanage is set on fire. The firemen pull the children clear while flames eat the beds. Union troops fresh from Gettysburg march down Broadway and restore a kind of order, but the echo of those days lingers, like smoke in winter clothes. By now, black men are drilling under the US flag. Nearly 180,000 will serve. The 54th Massachusetts marches past Boston Common in July 1863. Blue uniforms catching the light, white gloves too big on young hands. At Fort Wagner, they run into a hurricane of fire on a narrow spit of sand and nearly seize the fort by sheer, terrible will. Their colonel falls. Their sergeant grasps the colors and shouts, "Don't let it fall, boys." Pay is unequal at first. They refuse it rather than accept less pay for black blood. Eventually, Congress blinks. The ledger changes. The graves, already dug, do not. Armies are not the only engines humming. In Washington, Congress passes laws that will outlast the smoke. The Homestead Act, 160 acres to those who will farm it. The Memorial Land Grant Colleges Act, universities for farmers and engineers. The Pacific Railway Act, iron promises across the prairie. The National Banking Acts, and the nation's first income tax. Greenbacks paper money flutter into existence. In Richmond, the Confederate dollar inflates until a loaf of bread costs a quarrel. Women in the Capitol lead a bread riot in 1863, smashing bakery windows with the same righteous fury they once saved for sermons. Hospitals balloon. Clara Barton learns to move toward gunfire and later founds the American Red Cross. Dorothea Dix recruits an army of nurses who scrub and scold their way through filth. A telegrapher named Albert, in a blue jacket, dozes in the War Department and wakes to a key chattering words that will kill men tomorrow. A Confederate wife stitches and the same seam all winter to keep her hands busy so her mind will not break. The war's last act is a grindstone. In 1864, Lincoln brings Grant east. The new general does not invent a way to win, he insists on one. He hits Lee in the wilderness, where fires sweep through dead leaves and wounded men die in smoke no water can put out. He hits him again at Spotsylvania, at the bloody angle, where rain turns trenches to churned meat and men fire at faces they could touch. He hits him at Cold Harbor, where Union soldiers pin their names to their coats so their bodies can be found. It is awful, and it works, slowly. Grant slides south and east, puts Lee under the long choke of Petersburg, where tunnels explode and the front freezes into dirt and death. Farther south, William Tecumseh Sherman takes Atlanta in September and then writes a theory of total war across Georgia in the language of fire. Rails are heated, twisted into Sherman's neckties. Barns and granaries burn. Enslaved people walk by the tens of thousands behind the blue columns. Soldiers sing crude songs and write careful letters home. War is cruelty, Sherman says, and you cannot refine it. The cruelty breaks the Confederacy's spine. It also frees more people than any signature could reach. November 1864. The North votes in the middle of a war, the only major power in the world to try such a thing then. Lincoln expects to lose in summer. Atlanta and Mobile change the weather. He wins re-election, offering neither malice nor miracles, only work. In January 1865, Congress passes the 13th Amendment, slavery abolished, except as punishment for crime. It will take the winter to ratify. The trajectory is set. Richmond burns in early April as Confederate officials flee. On April 9th, Lee rides to a small Virginia town and a parlor owned by a man whose previous house was wrecked by war's first battler. Tidy symmetry history claims too often, but sometimes earns. Appomattox courthouse is quiet. Grant comes muds. In a private's coat, the men talk like professionals who have seen too much and agree on mercy. Confederate soldiers will keep their horses to plant spring crops. Men who have spent years perfecting how to kill each other walk back to camps and cry when no one can see. 5 days later, Lincoln laughs at Ford's theater and then slumps forward under an assassin's bullet. The president, who turned war, aims into freedom, dies before he can turn freedom into law and food. A stunned nation follows a funeral train past fields ready for planting and factories ready for restarting. In Texas, on June 19, 1865, Union officers finally make clear what war and paper have already decided. Juneteenth, and people who were last to hear are first to dance. While the United States tears and knots itself, the rest of the hemisphere moves in CROSS WINDS. In Mexico. The Reform War ends with Benito Juarez in charge and a treasury empty enough to echo. He suspends foreign debt payments in 1861. Britain and Spain send ships. France, under Napoleon III, sends an army and a plan. Remake Mexico as a monarchy friendly to Paris. On May 5, 1862, at Puebla, Mexican troops under Zaragoza stop a French column called a bright holiday in a long, dark calendar. But the French return stronger. By 1864, they install Maximilian of Habsburg as emperor in Mexico City. Cultured, earnest, misplaced, Juarez fights on from the north. The United States, busy bleeding, can only protest on paper. The day will come when it does more. Not yet. Farther south, Paraguay under Francisco Solano Lopez walks into the worst war in South American history. In 1864 to 1865, clashes with Brazil and Uruguay, pull in Argentina, and the War of the Triple Alliance begins. In villages along the Parana, boys draw lots, men shoulder muskets. Mothers bury rings under hearthstones, with a prayer no shell will find them. The heaviest years of that war arrive after our window, but the match is lit as Gettysburg is still an open wound, and everywhere on the continent. The same question hums behind uniforms and speeches. When the guns go quiet, what kind of everyday will we build? Listen to the softer noises that survive cannon's roar. A freedwoman in South Carolina's Sea Islands sounds out letters in a speller hat, free. She is 40 and learning to write her name. Each letter a fence post sunk into new ground. A nurse rinses blood from bandages in a tin basin behind a field hospital and keeps humming, because if she stops, the silence will knock her over. A Union telegrapher taps the news of Appomattox to a nation holding its breath. A Confederate private ties his horse to a fence and stares at his empty hands. In a Mexican plaza, a teacher folds a newspaper and tells her students to remember that Cinco de Mayo is not the end of a story, only proof a story can be changed. On a Paraguayan riverbank, a boy too young to shave stands straight while a sergeant calls his name. He thinks about the mango tree that drops sweet fruit over his mother's roof and hopes to taste it again. By the end of 1865, the United States is both shattered and sharpened. The Union lives. Slavery in law is dead. Nearly 750,000 soldiers are not coming home. Bridges smolder, factories roar, cemeteries grow. The hardest work turning victory into justice has not even started. Mexico has a European emperor wearing a crown that does not fit. Juarez waits with a jaw like a locked door. In the southern cone, the big war is just beginning to gather men in years. In Brazil, slavery still binds millions, though the ocean trade is gone. In Chile, courts open on time and budgets balance like a hymn. In Argentina, rails reach out like fingers toward a future of beef and wheat. Close your eyes. Let the boom of artillery fade into the scratch of a nib in an office where a clerk copies the 13th Amendment into a book that will outlast us all. Here, behind it, the giggle of a child in a freed people's school learning the shape of the letter A, and the distant roll of a drum in Mexico City that insists emperors are temporary and people are not. When you're ready, we'll step into Part 8, 1865 to 1877, Reconstructions, Promises and Betrayals. The French retreat from Mexico, the first great push of rail and capital across the West, and the quiet, relentless work of turning freedom into food, votes, and schools. Settle the pillow. Let the house go quiet. The cannons have finally stopped, but the continent still hums soaring, hammering, arguing. Between 1865 and 1877, the Americas tried to turn victory into law, paper into food, and promises into lives. It's a chapter of mended flags and broken contracts, of schools born in ashes and night riders born in hate. The war's end is not the story's end. It's the hard beginning. Dawn, June 1865, on the South Carolina Sea Islands. A woman in a blue dress with the hem let out twice presses her fingers to a primer. "Tea," she sounds, and the room answers softly, "Cat." Outside, tidewater glitters. Inside, a freed people's school, one of dozens built by the freedmans. Bureau, northern teachers, and black churches turns breath into letters. Freedom feels like this. A name learned, a marriage recorded at last. A child unafraid to look a white man in the eyes when he speaks. But freedom also feels like a paper you can't eat and a field you don't own. The 13th Amendment, slavery. Abolished closes one door. The question is, what opens next? During the war's last winter, rumor raced like fire, 40 acres and a mule. Along the Georgia and Carolina coast, General Sherman's Special Field Order No. 15 actually carved land for freed families. They planted, harvested, sang a different kind of dawn song. Then President Andrew Johnson, tight-jawed, small-visioned, ordered most of that land returned to ex-Confederate owners. Men who had fought in blue watched surveyors take out chains and measure their gardens into someone else's deed. In 1865 to 66, Southern legislatures passed the black codestin disguises on old chains. Vagrancy laws that could turn unemployment into a crime. Apprenticeship laws that could bind black children to white masters. Labor contracts enforced by sheriffs who remembered the whip. The Freedmen's Bureau too small, underfunded. Heroic mediated wages, reunited families, handed out rations, and found itself in court more than in office. A bureau agent writes in his ledger, 23 men demand their pay. Employer says, the crop failed. We inspect the barn. The crop did not fail. Justice, in these years, comes down to who holds the key to the barn. Northern outrage presses Congress to move. 1866 brings the Civil Rights Act citizenship for the formerly enslaved, equal protection under law. 1868 writes that protection into the nation's bones with the 14th Amendment. 1869 to 70 finishes the constitutional trilogy with the 15th no denial of the vote because of race, color, or previous condition of servitude. On paper, the Republic stretches its hand. On dirt roads at night, other hands pull hoods over faces. The Ku Klux Klan and allied clubs ride, burn, threaten, kill. A black pastor who opened his chapel to a schoolhouse watches it burn too. The ground, the next morning he preaches on ashes, voice steady, scripture hard as iron. Washington answers with soldiers and statutes. The Reconstruction, Acts 1:867, place the South under military districts and require new state constitutions. With black suffrage, the Enforcement Acts 1:87071, including the Ku Klux Klan Act, make federal crimes of conspiracies to throttle the vote. For a year, under President Ulysses S. Grant's steady, stubborn hand, the government actually enforces the law. Federal marshals arrest night riders. Jurors black and white hear what used to be whispers sworn as testimony. The terror ebbs, not everywhere, not for long, but enough to prove it can be done. And then, for a brilliant, fragile moment, the South does what few imagined possible. Multiracial democracy, constitutional conventions, right public education, into law for the first time across much of the region. Black citizens, formerly property vote, serve on juries, hold office. Hiram Revels takes a Mississippi seat in the United States Senate in 1870. Blanche K. Bruce will follow. Robert Smalls, who once piloted a Confederate steamer to freedom, becomes a congressman. In a South Carolina legislature room lit by lamps, a black representative rises to speak for a tax to repair rural bridges. Our people, he says, meaning the whole state, cannot get crops to market without them. The bill passes. Somewhere along the Edisto, a wagon crosses a repaired span, and a mule's ears flick forward as if listening to the future. But politics is a long road paved with cases and caveats. The Supreme Court's Slaughterhouse Cases, 1873, slice the 14th Amendment thin, narrowing federal protection. After the Colfax Massacre in Louisiana, 1873, where dozens of black men are murdered defending a courthouse. United States v. Cruikshank, 1876, guts federal power to punish private conspiracies. On the ground, the message reads, clearer than the law books. Washington may not come when you call. The economy adds a fresh bruise. Railroads boomed too fast. Investors bit more than banks could chew. In 1873, markets shudder and collapse the panic. Credit vanishes like morning mist. Factories go dark. Men line up at noon to find there is no work at 2. In the South, cotton prices sag, sharecropping that temporary arrangement where landowners advance supplies and take the lion's share of the harvest hardens into a system. Debts grow like vines, and convict leasing prisoners rented out to private companies replaces the whip with the chain gang. In Alabama, a black teenager convicted of vagrancy for walking without proof of employment swings. A sledge in a mine for months that turned to years. Slavery is dead. Someone has taught its ghost new tricks. While the United States wrestles with Reconstruction, the rest of the hemisphere writes its own lines in the same years. Mexico, 1867, dawn on a hill outside Querétaro. Emperor Maximilian, the well-meaning Habsburg in the wrong costume, stands straight and gentle before a firing squad. Long live Mexico, he says, because even puppets can learn a nation's name. The rifles crack. Benito Juarez, lawyer of Oaxaca, returns to a capital restored to a republic. He'll fight for schools, secular law, and national dignity until his death in 1872. Then a soldier with a mustache, like Atilde Porfirio Diaz, makes his move. By 1876, his plan to Tuxtepec unseats the government. Diaz promises order and progress. He delivers railroads, foreign investment, and a cushioned seat for elites. Pan o palo, bread if you comply, the stick if you don't. Peasants lose communal lands to surveys drawn with imported pens. Strikes will come later. For now, the trains arrive on time, and the bills come due in silence. Farther south, a war no one forgets. Paraguay versus the Triple Alliance: Brazil, Argentina, Uruguay. Ibalose Yolbartiling on the Parana S. brown water boats carry boys to battle. On the plains, grass grows over fatherless footprints. By war's end, Paraguay is broken. A generation of men gone. Women and children bearing a nation's grief under black shawls. In Brazil, the war juices the army's confidence and cracks the old slaveholding order. A statesman, Visconde Rio Branco, pushes the free womb law. 1,871 children born to enslaved mothers will be free after years of tutelage. It's a slow fuse. The empire will keep lighting matches. Sexagenarian law, 1875, for the elderly. Full abolition to come only in 1888. In the coffee hills around São Paulo, planters look toward Italy for labor. Ships begin to dock with families who will change Brazil's language of bread and song. Argentina stitches itself into a nation under Domingo Faustino Sarmiento, 1868–74. Schools, libraries, a crusade for letters. Rails reach out from Buenos Aires like fingers toward the pampas. Behind the speeches, soldiers survey the Indian frontier, planning the conquest of the desert that will, in the next decade, seize Patagonia with bullets and ledgers. Chile hums orderly, oligarchic, stable on the surface. A generation later, it will fight over guano and nitrates in the War of the Pacific. Will get there. Cuba lights a flame in 1868 with the Grito de Racalos. Manuel de Cespedes frees his enslaved workers and calls for independence. The 10 Years' War begins. Machete charges against Spanish columns, slice sugarcane and air. Spain answers with prisons and promises. The Muret Law, 1870, frees children and the elderly and pretends that's the same as justice. In Puerto Rico, the Grito de Leyes, 1868, rises and is crushed. Abolition comes there in 1873, jacket patched over a wound. Now tilt the map north. Canada is being born while America buries its dead. 1867, the Dominion of Canada, Ontario, Quebec, Nova Scotia, and New Brunswick steps into the world under the British Crown with Home Rule in its pocket. A promise of a transcontinental railway reels in British Columbia, 1871. Prince Edward Island, 1873, joins later. Rupert's Land, the Hudson's Bay Company's vast fur domain transfers to Canada, but not smoothly. In the Red River settlement, Louis Riel stands up for the Métis and French Catholic rights, establishes a provisional government, and negotiates Manitoba, 1870, into Confederation. Canada's leaders prefer treaties to wars with First Nations. The treaties are signed in English legalese, enforced with hunger when necessary, and broken when convenient. Dispossession with better stationery is still dispossession. Back in the United States, Alaska changes hands in 1867's Seward's Folly. People laugh as if ice can't be valuable. Out on the Great Plains, buffalo herds still darken horizons, and railroads begin to slice through them. In 1869, at Summit, Utah, a golden spike meets iron and ties the continent together. With a click, you can almost hear from the Atlantic. The men who laid those rails, Irish, Chinese, black freedmen, pose, unsmiling, in soot and pride. A photographer frames the shot to favor bosses and locomotives. The nation frames the memory the same way. The whistle blows anyway. The West is a fever of movement. Homesteaders stake rectangles to the horizon and learn the smell of sod in spring. Cattle trails Chisholm, goodnight loving run north to railheads, and cowboys ride under sky so big it eats their songs. Treaties with the Sioux and Cheyenne shimmer and tear. Red Cloud wins a rare, bitter victory in 1866, the Fetterman fight, then signs the Fort Laramie Treaty, 1868. Gold found in the Black Hills will soon turn signatures into smoke. The Medicine Lodge Treaties, 1867, promise reservations to southern plains, nations, and deliver rations, missionaries, and a lot of white men's paperwork. Powder and paper divide the same land differently. Only one version is printed on maps. Politics, like weather, keeps changing and keeps killing. In 1868, Congress impeaches Andrew Johnson for turning Reconstruction into wreckage. He survives by a single vote and limps off the stage. Grant takes the presidency on his loyal, bewildered by snake pits and fights to protect black votes, while scandal nibbles at the edges of his administration, credit mobilia, whiskey ring. In 1869, speculators Fisk and Gould try to corner gold. Black Friday smears markets and reputations. The Grange Patrons of Husbandry, 1867, gathers farmers into halls to sing, lecture, and fight railroad monopolies with the only tools they have: cooperatives and ballots. On the other side of the suffrage line, women push hard. Wyoming Territory, 1869, gives women the vote. Susan B. Anthony is arrested after casting a ballot in 1872. Victoria Woodhull dares a presidential run the same year. The 15th Amendment's promise to men, not women, splits old alliances and opens new wounds. And still, through all this noise, Reconstruction makes things that last. Statewide public schools in the South, black colleges and normal schools, asylums and orphanages, miles of rail, laws about marriage, inheritance, wages. It also makes enemies who learn to call themselves redeemers. In Mississippi, a Plan poll watchers with pistols, rifle clubs, economic boycotts, ballot boxes. In Hamburg, South Carolina, 1876, a militia parade becomes a massacre. Newspapers print two versions of the truth, one for breakfast, one for supper. The end comes like a bargain struck in a back room. Election of 1876, Samuel Tilden, Democrat, wins the popular vote. Rutherford B. Hayes, Republican, needs one more electoral vote. Disputed returns pile up like drifting snow. Congress forms a commission. Party bosses form a compromise. If Hayes becomes president, federal troops will withdraw from the last Reconstruction governments, and the South can manage its own affairs. Compromise of 1877, they call it. The ink is barely dry when soldiers fold their tents. Louisiana, South Carolina, Florida lights go out on Reconstruction. Black citizens watch uniforms disappear down dusty roads and know exactly what night is coming. And yet, even as formal power recedes, ordinary power persists. In a small Alabama church, a woman signs her name in a register with a hand that still trembles from its first letters 11 years ago. In a Mississippi courthouse, a black teacher testifies in a case about a stolen mule and is not silenced. He loses, but his voice is in the record. In a South Carolina field, a sharecropper writes numbers on a scrap of brown paper. Seed, mule feed. Rentan begins to understand that math is a language planters have used against him. In a Charleston parlor, a widow of the war tells her son the family's fortune is gone and the family's name is his to repair. In Mexico City, a young telegraph operator types a message about a new rail spur and wonders when his uncle in the country will hear it rumble. In Asunción, Paraguay, a mother teaches her daughter to read by tracing letters in spilled flour on a table no one's father sits at anymore. If you listen closely below the cheers and laments, you can hear the infrastructure of tomorrow being nailed together: scores, courts, rails, telegraph lines, constitutions, and the sabotage humming alongside it: night riders, test cases, poll taxes in embryo, contracts with barb hooks hidden in their clauses. You can hear Canada arguing about language and rights and building a parliament on a river where logs still float past the windows. You can hear Brazil talking abolition in polite salons while men in chains cut cane in the heat. You can hear Cuba trying to make machetes sing like muskets. You can hear the United States lay a track that will carry settlers west and, soon enough, soldiers to Little Bighorn. By 1877, the Civil War's smoke has thinned, but its ash is mixed into the soil. The Union is whole in outline, unequal in practice. The Constitution is stronger on paper than ever. In courtrooms and alleys, it is only as strong as the boots that show up to defend it. Reconstruction did not fail in the hearts of the people who built it. It was abandoned by the people who could have kept guard. Even so, it left behind institutions and expectations that will outlast its enemies. Children taught in 1871 will become teachers in 1895. Men who voted in 1872 will tell their grandsons how it felt to drop a ballot in a box without fear. Women who met in church basements will organize movements you can still hear marching if you press an ear to the floor. Of time, close your eyes. Hear the scratch of a bureau clerk recording a marriage that took place on a plantation 20 years earlier. The careful pride in each vowel. Hear a hammer on the promontory spike, a school bell in New Orleans, a quiet Viva Mexico on a hill at Querétaro, a whispered Libertad in a Brazilian kitchen. Hear a Kansas wind pick up around new fence posts, and a Canadian treaty drum fade across a prairie that looks the same on both sides of an invisible line. When you're ready, we'll walk into Part 9, 1878 to 1890, rail barons and boomtowns. Buffalo bones bleaching on plains, the last major Indian wars, gilded wealth and gutter strikes, the slow, stubborn unraveling of slavery's twin legal freedom, without real power, and the hemisphere's next hard turns toward empire and industry. Settle in. Let the kettle whisper and the room dim. The Civil War's smoke has thinned, but the air still tastes of iron. Between 1878 and 1890, rails bite into prairie, wires sew cities together, and a polished word, progress, hides a lot of blood under its shine. Across the Americas, governments promise order, companies promise prosperity, and ordinary people measure both promises against the price of bread. Begin on a brown sea under a bleached sky. The Pacific coast of South America, 1879, the desert that never sees rain has treasure under it, nitrates that make crops explode with life and ocean away. Chile, Peru, and Bolivia quarrel over taxes and borders. Then they go to war. At Pacocha and Angamos, ironclads scream and shells slap water into walls. On the sands of Iquique and Arica, men charge across emptiness, because the maps say the line is here. By 1884, Chile holds the Atacama. Peru signs the Treaty of Ancon y Barbacen. Bolivia loses its coastline and becomes a landlocked nation. Nitrate money will gild Santiago's theaters. In Lima, families tell stories of occupation that still taste like dust. In La Paz, a schoolbook map ends on a shore children will never see. Shift north along the spine of the Andes. Colombia writes a new constitution in 1886 under Rafael Núñez. The regeneration that centralizes a country long used to arguing in provinces. Priests regain power in schools. Bogotá's paper laws stretch toward jungles that will ignore them. Across the isthmus in Panama, French engineers arrive in white suits and optimism. Ferdinand de Lesseps, hero of Suez, declares a sea-level canal inevitable. The jungle shrugs. Yellow fever and malaria hunt overseers and laborers alike. Shovels bite, rain refills, investors smile until ledgers turn red. By 1889, the French company collapses under debt and scandal. Mangrove roots creep over abandoned machinery, while in Paris, men insist the math was wrong. Not the dream. Mexico hums with rail and decree. Porfirio Diaz, who stepped into power in 1876, promises order and progress, and delivers both, priced to move. Steel tracks knit a nation mighty in maps and uneven in meals. Land surveyors, guarded by rurals in grey, roll out chains across villages and label communal fields vacant if the title papers are older than their boots. Vast haciendas swallow hillsides. In a Veracruz station, a peon watches anew. Locomotives sigh into the platform and wonders how a machine can make his world smaller while his debts get bigger. The Mexico of the 1880s is a nation of speeches about development and murmurs about hunger. Cross the Caribbean's sheen to the last Spanish islands. Cuba ends its 10 years. War in 1878 with the Pact of Zanjan, some reforms, no independence. Veterans seethe, a little war 1879-80, flashes and fails. But a different chain breaks. Slavery is abolished in Cuba by 1886 on a sugar estate. A woman who has buried 2 babies on a hillside hears the news and sits down hard on an upturned barrel. The field looks the same. The cane still cuts. The overseer still watches from the veranda. Yet the word free lands in her chest like a stone she can stand on. In Puerto Rico, a brief 1868 insurrection Lares is a memory. Abolition came in 1873. Wages replaced whips. And planters learned there are other ways to hold a man's life in a ledger. Sail farther south, to the empire of coffee and contradictions, Brazil. The 1880s. Coffee moves like brown lightning from São Paulo's interior to Rio's docks. Italian families step off ships, clutching saints and seed packets, hired to replace enslaved labor, now considered inefficient in parlors and immoral in pamphlets. Abolition gathers like a summer storm. Societies collect signatures. Officers refuse to chase fugitives, and Quilombar's runaway communities wink from the hills. In 1888, Princess Isabel signs the Ley Ría, the Golden Law, and slavery 3 centuries of it ends in 2 lines of ink. A black mother leaving a plantation gate looks back once, then forward forever. The next year, 1889, the empire falls without a battle. Officers and coffeemen declare a republic, and Dom Pedro II, gentle and tired, sails into exile while Rio's harbor pretends nothing has changed. Everything has now climbed the continent's other side. where a smaller flag tries on self-government. Canada. 1885. The Canadian Pacific Railway spikes its last rail at Craigellachie, tying Atlantic to Pacific with spruce, dynamite, and migrant sweat. Ottawa names it Destiny. Workers remember it as debt and frost. In the Northwest, Louis Riel leads a second Métis resistance. Grievances about land and language turn to rifles at Duck Lake and Botachie. The new Dominion answers with troops on fresh-laid rails. Riel is tried and hanged. Some cheer, some pray, and in Quebec, hearts harden against a country that feels colder than the wind. The railway brings settlers. First Nations face treaties enforced by hunger and the expanding, brutal system of residential schools. A policy dressed in the language of civilization and carried out with the cruelty of taking children. Turn now to the United States, where brass and smoke try to look like gold. They call it the Gilded Age, not because everything is golden, but because so much is covered in gold leaf, thin, shiny, and flaking at a touch. Factories bloom, trusts congeal, and cities climb upward on steel bones. In 1879, Edison coaxes a filament into a steady glow. In the 1880s, Westinghouse and Tesla argue the future's current AC versus DC, and by the decade's end, arc lamps turn night to day over streets where horses stumble at the brightness. In Cleveland, a small oil refiner has turned paperwork into empire. Standard Oil invents the trust, 1882, folds competitors into a single hand, and squeezes rates from railroads like lemons. In Chicago, a 12-story skyscraper climbs into the air in 1885. Steel frame and elevator daring gravity to keep up. Along rails that span the Corn Belt, refrigerated cars slide dressed beef east. Stockyards bellow and steam. Men with knives work 10 hours a day, 6 days a week, and go home with hands that smell like salt and iron even after scrubbing. Immigrants arrive by the shipload. Italians from Calabria's stony hills. Russians and Poles fleeing pogroms and crop failures. Scandinavians looking for land measured in horizons. Chinese men in queue and threadbare coats find the West Coast doors slammed by the Chinese Exclusion Act, 1882, the first major U.S. law to lock a gate by ethnicity. In Rock Springs, Wyoming, 1885, white miners murder Chinese co-workers, burn homes, and stand in smoke that smells like coal and cedar shingles. A few months later, federal inspectors finally arrive. A few years later, the memory still keeps shopkeepers from sleeping when a drunken man shouts. Politics tilts like a table with a short leg. In 1878, Congress passes Blandeleisen, ordering silver purchases to ease farmers' debts. In 1890, it doubles down with the Sherman Silver Purchase Act. More coins, more argument. Farmers form alliances, read newspapers out loud in Grange halls, and count the fees railroads stack on their grain. Their anger sharpens into a platform that will soon call itself populist. In the cities, workers test their power and the patience of men who think wages are charity. The nights of labor swell, then shatter after a bomb explodes at Haymarket, Chicago. 1886. A rally, a confrontation, a device thrown into ranks of police. Gunfire, chaos, and a trial more about ideas than evidence. 8 men are convicted. For hanged, the labor movement staggers, then regathers around a new federation. The AFL that speaks the narrower language of skilled trades and bread and butter gains. Government begins, awkwardly, to say no. The Interstate Commerce Act, 1887, takes a swing at railroad rate tricks. The Sherman Antitrust Act, 1890, declares combinations in restraint of trade illegal with a confidence the courts don't yet share. On the ground, a station agent winks and whispers the old price to a shipper with the right last name. A judge reads the Sherman Act and wonders if it applies to unions more than to oil men. Paper can move fast. Power is heavier. In the South, Reconstruction's lights flicker and go out. The Civil Rights Cases, 1883, let businesses draw color. Lines with the court's blessing. New state constitutions, like Mississippi's 1890, perfect the art of disenfranchisement with poll taxes, literacy tests, and understanding clauses that understand exactly who they mean to exclude. Lynching rises like a plague. Ida B. Wells picks up a pen in Memphis and refuses to put it down, counting bodies and naming murderers while friends beg her to leave town for her life's sake. Black schools open anyway. Black farmers organize anyway. Black churches stamp. Time with hymns that have learned how to carry both grief and resolve. Out where the grass used to move like water, the West changes shape. Barbed wire thin, vicious, and cheapen zips the open range. Winters 1886 to 87 turn herds into drifts of bone and hide. Cowboys ride shorter trails to railheads, and watch as fencers carve 1,000 small kingdoms where the wind used to roam. Homesteaders with iron stoves and sod walls count children and miles to the nearest neighbor. Some winters they count days since the last voice that wasn't their own. In 1889, a cannon shot at noon sends a wave of men and women racing onto the Oklahoma prairie. The land run stakes, pounding, wagons, leaping gullies. Papers clutch tight, and a small bitter joke already in circulation about Sooners. Who jumped the line? For native nations, the decade is a ledger of defeats written in legal script and blood. The Dawes Act 1887 breaks communal lands into individual allotments, promises citizenship as a prize at the end of a maze, and declares the surplus open to white settlement. Surveyors drag chains through Lakota, Cherokee, Creek, Choctaw, Chickasaw, Nez lands meadows measured into rectangles that ignore creeks and graves. Geronimo surrenders in 1886, last embers of the long Apache Wars cooling in the desert night. On the northern plains in 1889, a prayer becomes a movement, the ghost dance promising a world turned right. Buffalo returned, whites gone like bad weather. US agents see prophecy as rebellion. Soldiers see circles of dancers and think war. December 29th, 1890. Wounded Knee, snow and a hard wind. A Lakota band, starving and sick, surrounded by the 7th Cavalry Custer's old regiment, carrying ghosts of its own, a Choteau's. And then the planned disarming becomes a massacre. Hotchkiss guns, speaking without pause. When the storm clears days later, bodies are dragged from coulees and driftswomen. Children, men frozen where they fell and carried to a mass grave under a sky so blue it seems to deny what happened. Official reports use words like battle. The prairie knows better. So does anyone who has listened. Not everything in these years is violence or ledgers. Some of it is hands held out and books opened. Hull House opens in Chicago, 1889. Jane Addams and Ellen Gates star, turning a West Side mansion into a school. A daycare, a theater, a kitchen where neighbors can argue without being hungry. In New York Harbor, 1886, a copper giant lifts, a torch over barges and gulls, Black powder fireworks over liberty reflect on water and on the faces of men and women crammed at a railing, who do not yet know 5 to a room can still be a palace if no one can sell you. On the Allegheny in 1889, the Johnstown flood roars down a valley after a private lake's earthen dam clubhouse, carriages, champagne lunches fells under spring rain, water fists through mills and houses. 2,000 dead remind a nation that engineering is ethics with math. If you press your ear to these years, you can hear a continent trying to decide what modern will mean. A telegraph key in Lima tapping nitrate prices to London, while a Peruvian mother counts coins to buy milk in a city still learning how to breathe after occupation. A school bell in a freedman's classroom in Mississippi as the new Mississippi. Plan quietly subtracts the fathers from the voter rolls outside. The clatter of Italian in a snow polo boarding house, mixed with Portuguese verbs, and the squeak of a baby carriage that would not have been allowed in a slave quarter to summers earlier. The creak of a Metis Red River cart rolling. Under a prairie moon, an old song hummed through teeth as a new country fills in around the wheels. The whine of a dynamo in a New York station. The whoop of a cowboy whose range just became a fence. The soft trill of a ghost dance song under a winter sky where breath makes clouds and hope makes the only heat anyone can feel. By 1890, the US Census declares the frontier closed. A statistician's way of saying there's no longer a line on the map where settlement fades into blankness. Blankness, of course, was a fiction to begin with. There were always people there. The declaration is not an end. It's a change in appetite. With the continent parceled and fenced, eyes will turn outward across oceans and inward toward factories and courts. In Latin America, the nitrate barons in Santiago toast profits while Peru regroups. Bolivia studies rail plans to touch a sea it no longer has. Mexico polishes its rail schedules as peasants learn the exact hour their land became someone else's. And Brazil experiments with a republic whose generals squint at ballots like they're tools they haven't learned to use yet. In the Caribbean, Cuban exiles sharpen pens and machetes, planning a second war with a poet general's tenderness and steel. In Canada, the last spike of one dream doubles as the first mile of another. Immigration, settlement, a national policy that measures success in wheat and silence, especially from the people who were there first. Close your eyes, feel the floors. Faint tremor, the railroad 2 miles off, the factory 12 blocks away. The surf that keeps its own time, no matter who owns the harbor. Here, a child sound out letters at Hull House. An Italian father counting wages in a snow polo courtyard. A Lakota grandmother teaching a word the government school tried to scrub away. A Cuban veteran rolling a cigar and a plan in the same careful hands. When you're ready, we'll walk into Part 10, 1891 to 1898. Financial panics and prairie revolts. The populists finding their voice, strikes that rewrite the word work. Brazil's young republic wobbling, the last sparks before Cuba catches fire again. And a United States that will soon discover how easy it is to shout empire with its mouth full. Settle the blanket. Slow the breath. This is the decade when money argues like a preacher, crowds learn to march, and newspapers learn how to shout. Between 1891 and 1898, the Americas juggle panic and promise. Banks fail. Rail barons thrive. Poets start revolutions. And a battleship in Havana Harbor becomes a match. Start on a raw spring morning where the wood floors of a bank feel like a drum. United States, 1893. The clerk has been counting since dawn, fingers blackened with ink and coin dust. Outside, the line curves around the blockmen in frayed collars. Women with baskets, a boy holding his father's hand so hard it hurts. Rumors moved faster than trains. A railroad bond gone sour, a mill closed, a banker who looked tired at lunch. By noon, the teller cage slams shut. A sign goes up, temporarily suspended. Everyone in line reads the same words, and each sees a different future falling through them. The panic of 1893 is not just a curve on a historian's graph. It's coal cars stuck on sidings, wheat rotting in elevators, and thousands of idle furnaces in Pittsburgh's river fog. It is a family in a Chicago tenement boiling potatoes in a dented tin and deciding who eats today and who eats tomorrow. It is Coxey's army, the first great march on Washington shoelaces snapping, feet blistered, banners asking the government to put men to work building roads. When they reach the Capitol lawn, police crack down as if hunger were a riot. The men scatter, the problem does not. Desperation is a teacher, and the country learns new words with old edges. Injunction, trust, gold, silver, dot, in a Southside company. Town near Chicago, Pullman's palace cars gleam. His workers' cupboards do not. He cuts wages, not rents. In 1894, the car builders strike. The American Railway Union, led by a calm-eyed orator named Eugene V. Debs, says no trains with Pullman. Cars. The boycott ripples across the timetable of a continent. Rail managers hitch Pullman cars to mail trains and dare the government to look away. Washington blinks, then orders federal troops to keep the mail moving. Strikers watch bayonets glitter. Down their streets, a switchman whispers to his wife. They brought the whole country with them. Violence, then funerals, then the strike is broken and the Supreme Court soon rules in Debs, 1895, that injunctions and federal force were perfectly proper. Bosses breathe easier. Organizers learn how to write around shackles. The law is also rewriting the economy while pretending it isn't. The Sherman Antitrust Act 1890 sits on the shelf like a stern book nobody opens until United States v. EC Knight 1895 says monopolies in manufacturing are somehow different from monopolies in commerce. The Sugar Trust smiles and keeps stirring. That same year, the court shreds the new modest income tax, Pollock v. Farmers Loan and Trust, and the Treasury's gold dwindles so low that President Grover Cleveland invites J.P. Morgan to the White House after midnight. The financier arranges a secret bond sale. The Republic is saved by a handshake and a checkbook you and I will never see. No wonder the countryside roars. The populists born from farmers' alliances, tempered by drought and debt gather at Omaha in 1892 and write a platform full of things that sound like a growl: public control of railroads, graduated income tax, direct election of senators, and free silver coining cheap money to loosen debts, chokehold. In Kansas, Mary Elizabeth Lease tells farmers to raise less corn and more, let's call it courage, and the phrase runs farther than any harvest. Black and white farmers in parts of the South tentatively link arms against the crop lien, and the railroad clerk then watch race baiters pull those arms apart with lies and clubs. Money becomes a church with two rival congregations. One prays to gold, tight money, soundness, a dollar that won't shrink in a banker's palm. The other prays to silver, looser money, higher prices for corn and cotton, a dollar you can earn without drowning. The hymns are tariffs and coinage ratios. The sacrament is the mortgage note. In mining camps out west, men listen to the ring of a silver dollar on a bar and nod as if it's a bell of deliverance. In Manhattan, bond men call the same ring a warning. The law draws another bright, cruel line. 1896, Plessy v. Ferguson. The Supreme Court blesses separate but equal and hands segregation a gavel. Streetcars, schools, juries, park benches, stamped with a color line that police will enforce and lynch mobs will underline in blood. Ida B. Wells writes with a pen like a blade, naming killers and editors alike. She mails truth into towns where truth is unwelcome and changes the lives. She can touch now step east and south, where a poet packs the revolution in a valise Cuba, 1895, and José Martí. Scholar in spectacles rides into the bush with Maximo Gomez and Antonio Maceo, names spoken like prayers by men with machetes on their shoulders. Cuba tried 10 years, 1868 to 78, and got promises. Now the war of independence begins again, for real. Columns of insurrectos melt in and out of Cane. Spanish columns burn fields they cannot hold. In 1896, a hard man named Valeriano Weyler pens civilians into reconcentration camps to starve the rebellion of food and shelter. Typhus sneaks under tents and does more work than any general. American newspapers discover that atrocity sells. And soon, yellow journalism runs on ink, rumor, and self-regard. Marty is killed early dos Rios and becomes the kind of martyr who never dies. The island tightens like a fist, across the Gulf. Puerto Rican autonomists pass petitions. Around kitchen tables, imagining a parliament under the Spanish flag. They will be handed autonomy just as someone else knocks at the door. Follow the coast south to a republic that calls itself modern with a straight face and a loaded gun, Mexico. By the mid-1890s, Porfirio Diaz has turned order and progress into a regime. Rurales on fast horses, rails on time, foreign investors stroked like cats. Surveyors declare old communal titles imperfect, and land rolls into the portfolios of men who lunch in Paris. Yaqui communities in Sonora fight and are taken. Some families are marched to the coast and shipped to Yucatan plantations. A rumor that will harden into a policy in the next decade. There is prosperity, cafes, gaslights, theaters, and there is a metal taste on the tongue that says this won't last. Hop the Andes to the country of coffee and new uniforms, Brazil, early republic. The ensailhamento, that wild post-1889 boom of paper money and easy charters has popped, dragging small shopkeepers' dreams with it. The Navy revolts, 1893 to 94. Civil War licks at Rio Grande do Sul. Then something stranger flares in the dry backlands Canudos, 1896, menos 97. A millenarian settlement under Antonio Conselheiro. Poor people, freed people, ex-soldiers building huts and a church, paying no taxes. For government expeditions march, out to erase a town and prove the republic is real. The first three come back bleeding. The fourth levels the place. Reporter Euclides da Cunha watches, writes, and wonders which side truly owned the future. The wind answers nobody. Climb down the Pacific again, where mining towns scab the Atacama and fortunes ride on nitrates. Chile struts on export money. Peru and Bolivia count debts and plan railways to futures they can't quite afford. In Guatemala, the coffee boom trims forests and fattens an oligarchy. President Jose Irma Arena Barrios builds grand boulevards and an exposition while bonds wobble. In 1898, he will fall to an assassin, but we are not yet there. In Nicaragua, José Santos Zelaya takes power 1893, preaches liberal modernization, and sees in his mind a canal through his country that foreigners will have to negotiate on his terms. On the Caribbean shore, Minor C. Keith has already threaded banana rails into Costa Rica's jungles. Ships later to fly a united fruit flag will make and unmake towns with freight schedules. But in the 1890s, you can already hear the thud of stem bunches onto wharves, and the first whispers of a banana republic. Turn the map north and tip it slightly Rolls. Canada, 1896. The election brings Wilfrid Laurier, first French-Canadian Prime Minister, to office with a smile as smooth as planed cedar. The Manitoba schools question Smulders. The compromise disappoints everyone precisely because it tries to please them. Out in the north, a flicker becomes a fever. Klondike gold. By winter, the Chilkoot Pass is a human anthill. Men haul a ton of supplies up ice stairs because Mounties say they must. Sled dogs die on trails that will wear their bones a century later. The Yukon Territory is carved from map quiet wilderness in 1898, because you can't tax a rush you haven't named. Meanwhile, the Northwest Mounted Police write the country's law with steady boots and better manners than most empires. And First Nations watch another wave pass, treaties in one hand, eviction notices in the other. Back in Washington, politics learns to run on money with a modern engine. Election of 1896. Republicans nominate William McKinley, a former tariff man with the look of every good neighbor you ever had. Behind him stands Mark Hanna, who believes industry is civilization and fundraising is policy. Democrats pried loose from Cleveland's gold conservatism. Here, a young Nebraskan named William Jennings. Brian open his arms and tell the country, you shall not crucify mankind upon a cross of gold. In that moment, money becomes moral, and moral becomes thunder. Populists fuse with Brian rather than be swallowed by relevance. The campaign divides towns and families like a fence put up overnight. Front porch speeches in Canton for a calm prosperity. Barnstorming trains for a righteous reckoning. In November, McKinley wins narrowly in the popular vote, comfortably in the Electoral College. In the new year, the Dingley tariff, 1,897, rises like a wall for imports. Prosperity revives under a different sky. Klondike gold, South African gold, and better harvests quietly expand the money supply and ease the farmer's ache that speeches could not cure. Some changes slide in sideways. Hawaii, a kingdom knocked from its throne in 1893, waits as annexationists and anti-imperialists argue in Washington parlors. Sugar plantations hum. Sailors leave songs and debts. A monarch in plain dresses, Lee Ukulano, composes music and petitions while a republic pretends it was always meant to be. The annexation will come in 1898, almost as footnote to louder drums. And those drums, they are rolling already in the Caribbean. Early 1898, a private letter by Spain's minister in Washington leaks the Delane letter calling McKinley weak. New York papers printed in bold, predictable type. Readers spit tobacco and anger on saloon floors. In January, the USS Maine steams into Havana to show concern for American property and people, while Cuba burns toward independence. Sailors in white jumpers explore a city where shutters slam in a breeze because fear learned that trick last year. The ship's band plays on deck in the evening. Light puddles on black water. February 15th, 1898, 9:40 p.m., a blast rips the harbor. 266 sailors die in an instant and are sinking. Wives in New England open telegrams that say regret to inform. Newspapers in Manhattan scream. Remember the Maine before anyone remembers to gather facts. Spain swears innocence. Boards of inquiry argue over bulkheads and coal bunkers. The public primed by years of headlines, by reconcentration horrors, by a sense that the United States has grown too big to stay home. To stay home decides war feels righteous. Pause the drum roll. Breathe. Outside your window, it's quiet. Inside these years, no one's sleep came easy. A Kansas farmer lies awake, counting calves and interest. A Cuban mother counts days since the last fever in a camp where there's no wood for a coffin. A Pullman striker in a flophouse counts the ridges in the ceiling plaster. A Chicago printer counts the ticker tape inches it takes to turn a rumor into a riot. A Metis widow counts the miles to a grave she cannot afford to visit. A Brazilian veteran of Canudos counts names and finds too few remain. And yet, also, a school bell rings in a black classroom deep in Mississippi, even as new state constitutions quietly purse their lips around the ballot box. A settlement house piano in Chicago thumps out a waltz, while the free nursery next door makes it possible for a young mother to work a shift without choosing between wages and her child. A telegraph key in Mexico City taps a timetable to the border, and a man in El Paso smiles because it means his sister's letter will arrive faster than her memory fades. A dock crew in Limon, Costa Rica, shoulders green bananas to a hold that smells like brine and sap, one empire of fruit slipping into another of paper and debt. A prospector in the Yukon wakes to frost on his mustache and a nugget the size of his thumbnail in a pan. And a government accountant 3,000 miles away writes a line that says the Treasury's gold is ample, as if that were a cradle. Song. By the end of 1898's winter, the fuse is lit. In spring, Congress will pronounce what the headlines already declare. But remember this, the path to that war was not only drums and cartoons. It was panic and strikes, court cases and coins, poets and machetes, letters and hunger. Empires are not born overnight. They are prepared by a decade of decisions that make war feel like common sense. Close your eyes. Hear the water slap a hole in Havana before it goes still. Hear a Cuban campesino whisper patria, y vida, into a child's hair. Hear a Kansas orator fold a speech that felt like a storm and go home to a town that still needs coal. Hear a Brazilian soldier wrap rosary beads around fingers that once held a rifle at Canudos. Hear the small, particular sounds that outlast headlines, the spoon against a chipped mug, the scratch of a teacher's chalk, the creak of a voting booth curtain in a county that still lets you in. When you're ready, we'll step into Part 11, 1898 to 1904. The war with Spain in Cuba and the Philippines. The annexation of Hawaii, Puerto Rico under a new flag. The Philippine-American War's brutal lessons, and the moment when the Americas begins to mean Washington's reach as much as anyone's map. Dim the lights. Let the room be still. From Havana Harbor to a hillside in Samar, from sugar fields in Puerto Rico to muddy streets in Panama City, the Americas pivot in these few crowded years. The United States learns how quickly a republic can talk itself into empire. Cuba wins a flag and discovers the string tied to the pole. The Philippines trades one master for another and bleeds for the right to say no. Elsewhere, neighbors watch, calculate, and brace because when a new big stick appears on the block, everybody learns its weight. It begins with a flash you can't see and a sound you feel in your ribs. Havana, February 15th, 1898. 9:40 p.m. The battleship Maine sits quiet in the harbor. Electric lights casting soft circles on black water. Sailors lounge on deck, a trio practicing a ragged waltz on cheap instruments. Then the night tears, the deck heaves, iron screams, men vanish. By morning, 266 families have telegrams that start with regret to inform. New York papers scream remember. The Maine, before anyone remembers to gather facts. Spain denies responsibility. Boards of inquiry quarrel about coal bunkers and magazines. The public, primed by years of headlines about reconcentration camps and Spanish cruelty, has already decided. War feels righteous. Congress issues an ultimatum, and with the teller, amendment promises the US will not annex Cuba. April 25, 1898. War. It lasts 10 weeks on paper. Long enough for the country to pick up habits that will take decades to put down. Dawn, May 1st. Manila Bay. Commodore George Dewey steers into a Spanish squadron at anchor and speaks the coolest sentence in American. Naval history. You may fire when ready. Gridley. By breakfast, Spain's Asiatic fleet is ash and splinters, and a surprised American public discovers we are also fighting in the Philippines. Halfway around the world, Dewey cables for troops. Philippine revolutionaries under Emilio Aguinaldo come out of exile to finish their own fight against Spain. They take towns, seize arsenals, and expect independence. Hold that thought. Back in the Caribbean, July 1898, a U.S. expeditionary force lands in Cuba. Buffalo soldiers, black regulars of the 9th and 10th Cavalry fight through heat, barbed wire, and impossible hills, while newspaper celebrity volunteers the Rough Riders. Follow Theodore Roosevelt up Kettle Hill and join the push on San Juan Heights. Reporters whose bosses, Pulitzer and Hearst, have spent months lubricating the road to war find their hero in the man with the big teeth and bigger ego. Less photographed but critical. A stubborn siege at Santiago de Cuba, and a decisive naval battle on July 3rd that stamps out Spain's Caribbean squadron in a morning of black smoke. On July 25th, US troops land in Puerto Rico. Resistance is light. By August 12th, there's an armistice. Yellow fever kills far more soldiers than Spanish bullets. In army camps, men read pamphlets about miasmas, while Dr. Walter Reed and Dr. Carlos Finlay's mosquito theory, once mocked, moves toward proof. Within a few years, William Gorgas will make Havana a laboratory for public health. Soon he'll try the same miracle on a strip of Panamanian jungle. December 1898. The Treaty of Paris. Spain cedes Puerto Rico and Guam to the US. Surrenders Cuba to be occupied by the US until stable, and sells the Philippines for $20 million. Americans gather round stoves that winter and argue. Are we liberators or buyers at a going out to vampire sale? The door that slammed while the parade marched February 4, 1899, Manila. An American sentry named William Grayson fires on a Filipino patrol near the lines. Shots answer. By morning, war has a new name. The Philippine-American War, Aguinaldo, who had proclaimed independence in June 1898, orders resistance against the new occupiers. US commanders swear they're fighting insurgents against rightful authority. Filipinos answer, our authority is the one that speaks our language and buries our dead. The war's first months look like schoolbook, battle lines, flags, trenches. The US wins those easily. Then Filipinos do what good revolutionaries do. Melt. Ambushes replace engagements. Knives replace cannon. Information becomes the sharpest weapon. US officers reply with zones. Curfews, reconcentration of civilians, burned villages, and a torture euphemized as the water cure. In Samar, 1901, after guerrillas killed dozens of US soldiers at Balangiga, General Jacob H. Smith orders his men to make the island a howling wilderness, and to kill males capable of bearing arms, then defines that as boys 10 and UP. Not every officer follows such orders, too many do. Aguinaldo is captured in March 1901, daring ruse, by Frederick Funston. He swears allegiance to the United States. The fighting continues in Luzon and the Visayas, then shifts south to Moro country, where a separate, longer conflict burns long after Washington has declared victory officially. 1902. Casualty estimates will always be contested. This is what most historians agree. Thousands of US soldiers dead, many from disease. Tens of thousands of Filipino fighters and civilians in the hundreds of thousands from combat, famine, and sickness. A senator in Washington calls this benevolent assimilation. A farmer in Bulacan calls it war. At home, a loud minority hates what's happening. The Anti-Imperialist League unites Mark Twain, Andrew Carnegie, Jane Addams, labor leaders, and Southern conservatives for very different reasons. They flood papers with essays. The Constitution, they say, wasn't designed to rule colonies. The Republic's soul can't hold both consent of the governed and empire. The Supreme Court replies, in the Insular Cases 1901-204, the Constitution does not fully follow the flag. The new possessions are unincorporated territories, subject to Congress, but without full constitutional protections. It's a lawyer's compromise with a long shadow. Puerto Ricans and Filipinos don't need Latin phrases to translate it, colonials by another name. On the ground, the US sketches a scaffolding it promises will become self-rule. William Howard Taft governs the Philippines as civil administrator 1901-204, builds courts and schools, eats with local elites, and reassures Washington that Americans are natural tutors. The lesson the Philippines learns first is patience. Cuba, a flag with a string while the Philippines burns. The US occupation of Cuba rewires the island. Gorgas and Cuban doctors smash yellow fever in Havana by hunting mosquitoes instead of miasmas. Schools open, roads get graded, sugar mills hum. Cuban patriots, many of whom have fought for decades, want out now. Washington hands them a constitution but slides in a condition. The Platt Amendment, 1901. Stapled to Cuba's basic law under threat of no withdrawal. It gives the US the right to intervene when it deems necessary and secures a naval base at Guantanamo, leased in 1903, a piece of forever disguised as a piece of paper. On May 20th, 1902, Cuba raises its flag over Havana. Independence Day feels like a sunrise. From the bay, American ships look like afternoon clouds that don't plan to leave. Next door, Puerto Rico gets no sunrise, only a new schedule. The Foraker Act 1900 sets up a civil government with a US-appointed governor and a locally elected lower house. The island's trade is tied to US law. Tariffs and status are argued by men who have never seen. Ponscoffy wants king stumbles after hurricanes and tariff changes. Sugar surges. Spanish gives way to English in courtrooms. In kitchens and markets, Spanish remains the language of everything that matters. US citizenship won't arrive until 1917. Beyond our window, Puerto Ricans enlist in the US Army. Poets insist that a flag can be carried in a pocket, if the law won't allow it, on a pole. Guam. On most maps becomes a coaling station, a naval stepping stone across the Pacific. Sailors practice navigating by stars they had never needed before. On Samoa, rival claimants and rival empires split the islands in 1899. The US takes the eastern tail and calls it American Samoa. The western portion becomes German, then later New Zealand, then Samoa we know today. Boundary lines across bright lagoons draw futures in languages oceans apart. Hawaii, the Queen's Song. The Planters' Vote, 1893, a clique of sugar planters, backed by US Marines, had toppled Queen Liliuokalani. For a while, the islands called themselves a republic, a fig leaf over a coup. The debate in Washington is hot until war fever makes annexation look like logistics. July 1898, the Newlands Resolution folds Hawaii into the United States as a territory. In 1900, the Organic Act sets up its government. The Queen writes songs and memoirs, petitions and prayers. Asian and Pacific workers, Japanese, Okinawan, Korean, Filipino, Portuguese Madeiran, cut cane and pick pineapples under a sun that does not care about constitutional law. Honolulu hums with new money and old grief. North of the line, a dominion finds its edge as Canada steps deeper onto the world stage. When Britain asks for help in the Boer War, 1899 to 1902, the Dominion sends volunteers its first overseas expedition and learns how imperial war tastes in Canadian mouths. In 1903, the Alaska Boundary Tribunal stacked with US votes and a single decisive British won awards the disputed panhandle to the United States, infuriating Canadians who feel thrown under a cousin's bus. The Yukon Rush cools into law. And winter. The Canadian Pacific brings settlers and wheat. The Northwest Mounted Police bring the state. First Nations continue to pay for both. Brazil, modernization with a baton in. Rio de Janeiro, 1902-204. President Rodrigues Alves and Mayor Pereira Passos tear boulevards through cramped neighborhoods to make a Paris by the tropics. Oswaldo Cruz launches public health campaigns against smallpox, plague, and yellow fever. Science knocks on doors with a syringe in its hand. And in 1904, the city erupts in the vaccine revolt. Barricades, broken tracks, soldiers in the streets. The government wins, Mosquitoes Losa resentment lingers. Up in the coffee states, oligarchs swap the presidency every few years, like a clean collar cafe can leche politics, coffee with milk. While workers and ex-slaves learn what free labor costs when a boss sets the price. Venezuela's wake-up call and the big stick's first shadow, 1902-203, Britain, Germany, and Italy blockade Venezuela to collect debts. Warships, shell, coastal forts, seize customs houses. The Monroe Doctrine says Europe should keep its hands off the hemisphere. But what if the hands are holding bills instead of flags? President Theodore Roosevelt mediates the crisis, chests out the doctrine, and makes a note. If European bankers can use gunboats to collect debts, the United States will either have to accept it or preempt it. In December 1904, he announces the Roosevelt Corollary. The US claims a police power in the Americas to prevent European intervention. Speak softly, he likes to say, and carry a big stick. The phrase is jaunty. The policy is not. It will justify customs, receiverships, occupations, and decades of resentment. Panama, a nation born between a treaty and a train schedule. Remember the French Canal fiasco. The jungle didn't forget. The idea didn't die. The US negotiates with Colombia and fails. Enter Philippe Bonavarilla, a French engineer with maps, shares, and nerve. November 1903, with a US warship in the bay, a revolution blossoms in Panama City. Colombian troops can't cross the isthmus. Railroad is not available today. So sorry, and within days, the Republic of Panama breathes its first legal breath. Weeks later, the Bonavarilla Treaty grants the US control of a canal zone in perpetuity. In 1904, John Stevens and Gorgas arrive, one to move dirt by the mountain, one to kill mosquitoes by the million. The engineering will take years. The politics took an afternoon in a Panama boarding house that winter. A Jamaican laborer counts coins and the miles he's traveled to get them. A Panamanian shopkeeper adds up a week's receipts and wonders why the best customers. Money is stamped us. A Colombian official in Bogotá reads a dispatch and tastes metal in his mouth. What changes and what doesn't from 1898 to 1904? The United States learns to sail far and stay. Ports become bases, bases become policy. The Navy expands. Coaling. Stations dot maps like stepping stones to futures we swore we didn't want. Newspapers learn exactly how much noise it takes to move a Congress. The Supreme Court invents constitutional twilight for territories. Anti-imperialists discover that losing doesn't make them wrong. In Cuba, a new republic hears a tether hum. In the Philippines, school children recite English poems in the morning and their mothers murmur old prayers at night for cousins still gone in the hills. In Puerto Rico, ballots are counted in one language and gossip in another. In Hawaii, a queen's song becomes history while a plantation's whistle becomes law. Beyond the US gaze, the hemisphere keeps its own rhythm. Mexico's Porfiriato polishes brass and represses complaint. Argentina fattens on beef and wheat. Chile spends nitrate money and plans for lean years it pretends won't come. Peru and Bolivia recover slowly from old defeats. Central America learns to spell banana in the language of contracts. Canada grows into itself, one wheat field, one boundary dispute, one overseas regiment at a time. Brazil modernizes with boulevards and batons. Everywhere, people try to make ordinary lives under extraordinary pressures. School bells ring, streetcars spark. Church bells toll for boys who went to Cuba or to the Transvaal and didn't come home. Listen for the small sounds under the headlines. A black cavalryman in Tampa in 1898 gets told he can't buy a soda at a white counter. A month later, he steadies a white lieutenant on Kettle Hill and says nothing except this way. A Filipina mother boils water 3 times because some private with a Midwestern accent said that's how to keep the baby alive. Later, she hides rice in a jar under ashes when a patrol comes through. A Cuban doctor walks house to house with a vial of oil and a piece of screen, showing families how to trap the mosquito that killed their aunt. He leaves with thanks and sometimes with curses. The fevers ebb anyway. A Puerto Rican teacher takes attendance under a tin roof and decides she will teach. In Spanish in the morning and English in the afternoon, and no superintendent can stop both. A Panamanian printer sets type for a proclamation he didn't write, and a menu for canal zone engineers he'll never meet. The same E sorts both languages, and the same ink stains his fingers. By 1904, the map of the Americas looks the same in outline and utterly changed in meaning. The United States does not merely exist in the hemisphere. It now claims a right to shape it. The languages of customs, receivership, protectorate, and unincorporated territory sit uneasily beside liberty, republic, and consent of the governed. It's not hypocrisy to say both at once. It's history, complicated and human, and it leaves marks that don't fade. Close your eyes, hear oars dip in Havana, and a hammer ring on a rail in Culebra cut. Hear a Manila street vendor call out by Binca as a patrol clatters past. Hear a San Juan schoolchild sound out Libertad and liberty and wonder if they feel the same on the tongue. The century's next chapter is warming in the wings. Revolutions, reforms, strikes, canals, corollaries, and a world war that will pull every port and railroad we've just built into its hungry gravity. When you're ready, we'll step into Part 12, 1905 to 1914. Panama's Canal in full swing. Roosevelt's corollary in motion. Mexico's pot beginning to boil. The last big export booms rushing toward the cliff of 1914. And how the Americas walk some eagerly, some dragged into the age of total war. Lights down, breath steady. The century has learned to speak in steel and steam. Between 1905 and 1914, the Americas trade in two new currencies, intervention and reform. A canal slices to oceans into neighbors. A revolution knocks on a dictator's door at midnight. Sugar, coffee, copper, nitrates, and bananas ride rails to ships, while ballots, bayonets, and banknotes redraw what sovereignty means. By August 1914, the guns of Europe will pull all these threads tight. For now, listen to them hum, start, where the earth itself is cut and drained like a fever. Panama, 1905 to 1914. The jungle that swallowed the French now meets American logistics. Colonel William Gorgas hunts mosquitoes with oil, screens, and science. Yellow fever disappears, malaria retreats. John Stevens then, George Goethals turn the project into a clock that eats rock. Culebra cut booms all day. At night, the spoiled trains clatter to sea to make new land. A Jamaican navvy, boots full of clay, squints at a timetable tacked in English and thinks of a home where the rain is softer. A Panamanian shopkeeper chalks today's prices on a board and wonders why the best coins say United States of America. On August 15, 1914, the Panama Canal opens S. Ancon, gliding from Atlantic to Pacific, just as Europe begins tearing itself open. The canal is an engineering miracle and a political sentence. A strip of land where the stars and stripes are. Not guests, but landlords. Back up the timeline and widen the view. The canal is the spine. American policy becomes the ribs. Roosevelt's corollary, December 1904, claims a police power in the hemisphere to keep Europe out. It is an argument dressed as a promise, and it acquires boots quickly. In the Dominican Republic, a U.S. Customs receivership begins in 1905. American officials collect import duties to pay bondholders before locals pay teachers. In Cuba, contested elections and revolt in 1906 trigger the second U.S. occupation, 1906-1909. Marines drill on the Malecon. A provisional governor signs laws. A Cuban grocer opens each morning under a foreign flag and still tries to make the morning's bread last until noon. In Honduras, debt and civil war bring gunboats and diplomatic arrangements. In Nicaragua, President José Santos Zelaya is pushed out in 1909, and by 1912, Marines are ashore to protect lives and property. Staying long enough for a generation of boys to grow up saluting them. Taft calls it dollar diplomacy, substituting bank loans and customs control for gunfire. On the street, it feels like both. The Caribbean becomes a ledger. Puerto Rico lives under the Foraker Act 1900. Washington appoints governors. Sugar consolidates. Coffee, once king, fades after storms and tariffs. Children pledge allegiance to a flag their grandparents never saw. In Haiti, politics splinters and banks circle. In 1910, a US-backed consortium takes over the national bank. In December 1914, Marines quietly remove Haiti's gold reserve to New York. For safekeeping, a quiet act with a loud echo. In the Dominican Republic, the receivership becomes permanent policy by 1907. The books balance. National pride does not. Now swing the map west and feel a continent shiver. Mexico, 1910. Porfirio Diaz, who once promised not to run again, runs again and wins again. The country is modern in the way a well-laid table is modern. Elegant at the center, hungry at the edges. Francisco I. Madero, a soft-voiced reformer with a backbone of spring steel, writes, La sucesión presidencial en 1910, and is jailed for his trouble. He escapes, issues the plan of San Luis Potosi, and calls for revolt on November 20th, in Chihuahua. A one-eyed fighter named Pancho Villa saddles up. In Morelos, a peasant leader named Emiliano Zapata sharpens a machete and a sentence, Tierra y Libertad. The regime that looked like granite turns out to be chalk. By May 1911, Diaz resigns and sails into exile. Bands play, peasants wait. For land, it will not be simple. Madero tries to balance revolution with institutions. Old generals sulk. US investors whisper. Landowners count acres and swear they're all necessary. Zapata issues the Plan of Ayala, 1911. Redistribute land now. In February 1913, during La Decena Tragica, 10 tragic days, artillery turns Mexico City into a smoke-choked maze. Victoriano Huerta, a hard-drinking general with a quiet voice, stages a coup. Madero is murdered. President Woodrow Wilson refuses to recognize a government born of blood and betrayal. The US stance is moral and strategic. Mexicans hear it as both and neither. April 1914. The Tampico affair, US sailors, briefly detained, then released with apologies, becomes a diplomatic storm. Wilson demands a 21-gun salute to the US flag. Huerta refuses. April 21st. US forces occupy Veracruz to block an arms shipment to Huerta. Civilians die in street fights. Funerals march under balconies hung with black. The ABC powers Argentina. Brazil, Chile mediate at Niagara Falls. Huerta departs in July. Venustiano Carranza's constitutionalists take the capital. Alvaro Obregón shows a genius for modern battle. Villa and Zapata remain wildcards with armies and ideas. The revolution will run beyond our chapter. The point is this: a society tried to become a nation of citizens, and the cost was blood, and the neighbors could not help meddling southward along the spine of the Andes. Wealth gleams and grief walks alongside. Chile, Nitrate Bell, EPAC, and Blood 1905-1907. Export booms crown Santiago with new theaters and cafes. The Valpara, Iso earthquake, 1906, rebuilds a port in the image of modern engineering. But in the Atacama, miners live by whistle and debt at pulperias that sell goods on scrip. In December 1907, thousands of striking workers, wives, and children gather at the Santa Maria School in Iquique to demand fair pay and safer conditions. The army opens fire. The dead number in the hundredsome say more. A black sash falls across the nitrate decade and never quite comes off. Argentina rides beef and wheat to a swagger called the Granero del Mundo. Buenos Aires paves and preens. The Teatro Colón, 1908, opens to thunder. Immigrants from Italy and Spain crowd tenements, bring dialects and anarchist pamphlets, and learn to say mate without burning their tongues. Then, a quiet revolution with ballots, the scenes penal law 1912, mandates secret and compulsory male suffrage. The radical civic union rises. Hipólito Yrigoyen will win in 1916. But even in 1912, you can feel the hinge turn. Politics widening beyond the club window. Brazil learns to manage a monocrop's nerves. When coffee threatens to crash. The Talbot Agreement, 1906, invents valorization state purchases to prop price and planter. A sailor's whip becomes a headline in 1910. The revolt of the lash black and brown sailors in Rios. Fleet sees battleships to protest brutal discipline. The government promises reform, then hunts leaders in the alleys of Ilha das Cobras. In the south, the Contestado War, 1912-16 pits landless caboclos and millenarian followers against railway companies, lumber interests, and troops. Saints and surveyors argue with bullets. In the Amazon, the rubber boom crests around 1910. Fortunes in Manos build an opera house under electric lights, while indigenous families in the Putumayo suffer atrocities that leak into London papers, debt peonage, whips, murder. When Asian plantations break the Amazon monopoly, prices dive, and the jungle reclaims empty mansions. Peru and Bolivia ride seesaws of oligarchy and unrest. Copper and silver attract foreign capital. Indigenous communities press claims ignored since the conquest. In Uruguay, José Batalway Ordóñez begins building something rare, a welfare state. In miniature state monopolies on utilities, secular education, steps toward the 8-hour day completed 1915, divorce reforms. The reforms bloom in a small country with big ideas. Colombia, still nursing the wound of losing Panama 1903, signs the Thomson-Arusha Treaty in 1914 for compensation it will not see ratified until after the war. Venezuela, after its 1902-3 blockade, watches foreign bankers with sharp eyes, while Juan Vicente Gómez settles into a long dictatorship, 1908 onward. Order at gunpoint. Roads for soldiers and cattle alike, and oil whispers beginning to rise from the ground. Now glance north again to a dominion learning to act like a country without saying so. Canada, 1905-1914. Alberta and Saskatchewan become provinces, 1905. Wheat seas ripple to horizons. The Naval Service Act, 1910, triggers a bilingual argument about ships, flags, and loyalties. Reciprocity with the United States becomes the election question of 1911. Wilfrid Laurier falls. Robert Borden's Conservatives win. The country keeps its tariff wall and its pride. The Klondike has cooled. The prairies are hot, with homesteaders from Ukraine and Minnesota. The Northwest mounted police ride patrols that look like lines connecting a map and a conscience. When August 1914 comes, the bell that rings in London rings in Ottawa too. Back. In the United States, reform puts on a tie and goes to work. Progressivism becomes a verb. Under Theodore Roosevelt, 1901-1909, the Northern Securities Railroad Trust is broken, 1904. The Hepburn Act, 1906, gives the ICC real teeth. Muckrakers, Cider Tarbell on oil, Lincoln Steffens on cities, Upton Sinclair on meat push, Congress to pass the Pure Food and Drug Act and Meat Inspection Act, 1906. Conservation becomes policy. Gifford Pinchot talks the greatest good for the greatest number, and forests, parks, and refuges get lines on maps that mean something. 1907 brings a financial heart. Attack the Panic of 1907, quieted only when J.P. Morgan herds bankers into his library and won't let them leave until a rescue is signed. The lesson is brutal and clear. The country needs a central bank. Under Woodrow Wilson, 1913 to 1921. Congress passes the Federal Reserve Act, 1913. 12 regional banks and a board promise elastic currency and a lender of last resort. The 16th Amendment, 1913, legalizes a federal income tax. The Underwood Tariff, 1913, lowers rates. The 17th Amendment, 1913, gives direct election of senators. The Clayton Antitrust Act, 1914, and the Federal Trade Commission, 1914, aim at unfair methods without confusing labor unions for cartels. The era has ash among the reforms. Triangle Shirtwaist Factory, March 25, 1911. A fire climbs the 9th floor. Doors locked to keep workers from stealing time. 146, mostly young immigrant women, die on ledges and fire escapes and in piles by the door. New York's labor laws harden that month, like plaster with real exits, limits on hours. Inspections that mean something because caskets are better at persuasion than editorials. In 1914, the Ludlow Massacre in Colorado miners, striking Rockefellers, Colorado fuel and iron ends in tents burned, women and children asphyxiated in pits dug for safety. The IWW organizes and sings, governors send militia, courts issue injunctions. The word class returns to American English with its old European bite. Underneath it all, Black America endures the nadir and plants new foundations. The NAICP 1909 forms after the Springfield Race Riot 1908 shocks even northern sensibilities. W.E.B. Du Bois argues for the talented 10th and full civil rights. Booker T. Washington still counsels industrial education and patience. Lynching remains a terror. Federal officers are resegregated under Wilson. Yet the Great Migration begins in trickles, around 1910 families heading from cotton fields to factory floors, carrying recipes and hymns and a stubborn insistence on dignity. Technology chews mile by mile through daily life. The Model T 1908 puts wheels under paychecks. By 1913, the moving assembly line at Ford makes a black car a middle-class fact. Wright brothers, 1903, taught wood and canvas to fly. By 1914, barnstormers stitch county fairs to horizons. Cities glow with electricity, movies flicker. Telephones multiply like vines in apartment hallways. Skyscrapers grow rib cages of steel. And office workers learn to ride elevators without holding their breath. Business ties the hemisphere tighter than any treaty. United fruit and rivals turn banana into a political word in Guatemala, Honduras, Costa Rica. Company towns grow around. Docks wages rise and fall with New York coffee prices. Presidents consider customs houses as chess pieces. In Central America, a peace conference 1907 in Washington tries to still the revolvers. The treaties look good in bound volumes, then curl in the humidity. Commodity booms lift boats unevenly. Copper in Chile and Montana, nitrates in the Atacama, sugar in Cuba, coffee in Brazil and Colombia. Wheat and beef in Argentina and the US plains prices hum with European demand until July 1914 snaps the strings. Ships are seized for troop transport. Insurance rates spike. Orders vanish, then surge for uniforms and canned beef. Neutral nations taste opportunity and risk in the same mouthful. By mid-1914, you can feel the world breathing faster. A student in Sarajevo pulls a trigger. Within weeks, railways across Europe move on timetables never meant for harvests. On August 4th, Britain declares war on Germany. Canada is in. The West Indies watch Royal Navy anchors. Argentina and Chile declare neutrality but check inventories. Brazil sits back, counting coffee and ships. The United States proclaims neutrality. The Panama Canal opens 11 days later, and a captain tracing a finger from one ocean to the other understands that geography just got a promotion. What does all this sound like where people sleep? In Veracruz, April 1914, a mother wakes to the clatter of boots and the smell of cordite, pulls her children under the bed, and later folds a flag over a cousin she'd argued with about politics the week before. In Iquique, December 1907, a miner's wife smooths a child's hair in a schoolyard turned morgue and decides, somehow, to keep breathing. In junio 1904, a shopkeeper watches vaccinators march past broken glass and wonders if science always needs soldiers. In 1910, a sailor traces the whip scars on his back and says the word no with a ship's gun behind it. In San Juan, a teacher writes Libertad on the slate, flips the chalk, and writes liberty, then tells her, students, both words are theirs. In Winnipeg, a Ukrainian homesteader stamps snow from his boots and reads a poster about land. In Regina, a Cree grandmother tells a winter story in a language the school says is wrong. In Detroit, a machinist bolts a fender to a frame. As the floor moves, then cashes a paycheck that makes rent feel less like a cliff. In Morelos, a peasant ties a corncob pipe to his hatband, follows Zapata, and imagines a field with his name on a legal page. In Panama, a navvy sends home part of his wage in a money order and a letter that says the work is hard, but the air is new. We end at a threshold. By 1914, the map of the Americas looks familiar. Its meanings have changed. Washington claims the right to intervene and has the ships, banks, and habits to back it up. Ottawa stands straighter, wheat-fed and parliament tough, ready to prove itself in a war it didn't start. Mexico is rewriting what a nation can be, line by line, in ink and blood. Buenos Aires and Santiago drink espresso under imported chandeliers, while workers organize in basements and desert camps. Rio paves boulevards wide enough for parades and protests. Havana balances a republic's pride against an amendment's leash. San Juan learns to navigate between languages and laws. Lima, La Paz, Asuncion, Quito, Bogota, each carries its own quiet revolutions under jackets buttoned against export winds. Close your eyes. Hear the click of a telegraph key in a Dominican customs house, the scrape of a chair in a Mexican council room as men decide whether the next dawn brings ballots or rifles. The whistle at Culebra cut, the hush before a ship enters a new-made lock, the thick silence of a factory at 11 p.m. when the last shift goes home. A school bell in Montevideo, where a civics lesson ends with a question. What do we owe each other? History answers slowly. The next chapter, war. Influenza, roaring cities, silent farms will shout. But the last decade before World War I already taught the Americas the themes it will keep. The argument between order and justice, the price of progress, the weight of neighbors, the stubbornness of people who insist on being citizens and not subjects. Let that settle in your chest, then sleep. The canal is open, the fuse is lit, and morning always comes.